CSI Baseball Complex on the campus of the College of Staten Island. CSI Sportsnet presents NCAA Division II baseball coverage live on the ECC network. In today's conference matchup, the College of Staten Island Dolphins take on the DeUville University Saints. Good morning, everybody. My name is Joe Foreman, alongside my broadcast partner, Andrew Rotundo, and you just watched the premiere of Episode 6 of the relaunched Dolphin Pod. I was joined on today's show by Nick Bavona and Louis Matrone as we took a look ahead to today's matchup and took a look back at some of the spring seasons and their championships. But Andrew, it is simple for the Dolphins. Each of today's games is a must-win. If the Dolphins lose again in each of the next three games, any of the next three games, they will be eliminated from playoff contention. Also, if Mercy wins against Lincoln this afternoon, the Mavericks clinch the final East Coast Conference playoff spot. The Dolphins have plenty on the line here in Game 1. Mercy does not get underway until 3:30.
Yeah, and like you said, it doesn't get any bigger than this, Joe, for the Dolphins. And, of course, with a little bit of help they're going to need in the Mercy game, as you said as well. But today's going to be a big one, of course. Two games against the same team they played yesterday, the Saints of DeUville. And it was a good start for the Dolphins yesterday. They were able to come away with the victory. They didn't start off well in the first inning. DeUville was able to get the first run, but they came out swinging in the second and third inning. They were able to take control of the game, and they were able to close it out with the victory 6-5, and they're going to hope to do the same today.
Great job on the mound yesterday from Ryan Kehoe. He was able to bounce back from a couple of early walks, stranded the bases loaded in the first inning, only allowed 2 runs in 5 innings of work. The Saints did a great job to run up his pitch count, but as you said, Andrew, early in yesterday's game, the Dolphin bats really showed up. Kehoe and this team certainly needed that. And for Vincent Weigel and A.J. Vigliotti, they both had multiple hits. Vigliotti and Santiago each drove in 2 runs for the Dolphins, Angel Santiago, that is. And for the College of Staten Island, they held on in the late innings. They never seemed to fail in making games interesting late. They led at one point in the game by a score of 6-3. They barely hang on for a 6-5 win.
Well, Joe, we've talked about it before. The starting pitching is there for the Dolphins, usually, and they just need to get that help from the relief pitching as the bats get going early. It was perfect going yesterday. They got going early with the bats. They got the lead, and they were just able to close it out. They need to get that help from the relief when they get that insurance on the board.
For those who are tuning in, wondering what the Dolphins scenario needs to be for them to make the playoffs, very simple. The Dolphins must win out, and Mercy must lose this afternoon against Lincoln. That game gets underway at 3:30, meaning that the Dolphins will not know if they are going to be alive at the end of the day when this first game concludes. So, Andrew, they are going with John Esposito in Game 1. We have seen Esposito typically pitch in the back half of doubleheaders. He will get the Game 1 start today. And given that the Dolphins had to use 2 of their top 3 relievers, it's not all that surprising to see Esposito get the Game 1 nod.
Yeah, you're right. And, we usually see Esposito in the second game of doubleheader, as you said. And he's going to get the start here in this first one. And we've seen success from John Esposito this season. And, on the mound, John Esposito, he's pitched long games from what I've seen. I've usually been on the broadcast for Esposito this season, and from what I've seen, he's gotten the Dolphins to where they need to be.
Well, the numbers for Esposito on the season, 10 appearances and 9 starts. He has 4 complete games and 2 shutouts. He's pitched to a 6-3 record with a 2.89 ERA. In 62 1/3, he's allowed 60 hits, 22 runs, 20 of those earned. He has walked 21 and struck out 67. Opposing batters hitting .255 against him. He's a former ECC All-Star, a multiple-time East Coast Conference Pitcher of the Week, and the ace of this Dolphin staff. This very well could be the last start and a tremendous career for him. He will go down as one of the best pitchers to ever put on a Dolphins uniform.
Yeah, Joe, and that's a big statement for him there, and he's going to look to that today. He's going to look behind that for the success in today's game.
Well, the Dolphins have 12 seniors that will be recognized tomorrow. You can catch all of the Senior Day ceremony ahead of first pitch. given the number of seniors that CSI has on the roster, I would anticipate that Senior Day would get underway at some time between 11:20 and 11:30 ahead of a 12 p.m. first pitch tomorrow. We will double check on that so we know exactly when you can expect to take in the Senior Day ceremony tomorrow. If you're watching on CSI Sportsnet, of course, we encourage everyone to come out to the CSI Baseball Complex in a show of support for the 12 Dolphin seniors who will all be recognized ahead of tomorrow's first pitch against the Saints. But today's game set to get underway at 12 p.m. We will shift our focus toward D'Youville and take a look at what they did specifically in yesterday's game. As I mentioned before, the Saints put together a lot of good at-bats against the Dolphins in yesterday's game. Specifically early in the game, they chased Ryan Keogh early, only 5 innings out of him. That forced the Dolphins to go to their bullpen for 12 outs. The bullpen was able to hold on to the lead. Big day at the plate for Hunter Nowak of D'Youville. He had 3 hits in 4 at-bats, scored a couple of runs, also drew a walk. Multiple hit game for Alex Zimian as well. But for D'Youville, they finished with 5 runs on 9 hits, coming up just short in Game 1. They would love to play spoiler here today.
Yeah, D'Youville came up just short. They had a good game as well. Just as well as the Dolphins played, D'Youville played just as well, and they're going to look to come right back against this Dolphins team. Dolphins have to be careful in all assets, in all situations, on the mound specifically, when they get that insurance up on the board.
Getting the start yesterday for D'Youville was Chris Auclair. He did not pitch very well in the game. 6 2/3, 8 hits, 6 runs, all earned. The Dolphins really got to him, especially early. However, he did settle down nicely despite that final line. Unfortunately, those 6 runs were too much to overcome for D'Youville. Out of the bullpen, Connor Bowman pitched an inning and a third, allowed just 2 hits. He faced 6 batters and held the Dolphins without a run. So the Saints still have a lot of pitching, but the Dolphins have to feel confident as they did get to the D'Youville ace in yesterday's game. Auclair's had himself a great season, has been the bona fide #1 pitcher. A rare off day for him against the Dolphins yesterday in terms of production on the mound. CSI has to have some confidence coming into today's Game 1.
Yeah, that has to give the Dolphins some great energy, taking on the ace and getting the victory. Not only that, but they put up some big runs and early, and they're going to want to do the same thing today. It's always good to get out the bats early and get the first run of the game, or, run of runs, I should say, of the game.
Well, getting the start today for D'Youville will be Billy Morris. Initially, he was penciled in as both the starting pitcher and DH, but Morris will indeed bat. He comes in on the season having started 10 games across 12 appearances. He's pitched to a 6.42 ERA with a record of 4-5 in 47 2/3 innings. He's allowed 79 hits, 46 runs, only 34 of those earned. He's walked 18 and struck out 35. Opposing batters hitting .364 against him. So there has been some success to be found against Morris so far this season. The Dolphins have to be confident after their effort at the plate yesterday. They need a win, and we'll look to pick one up coming up shortly here on CSI Sportsnet. So as you'll see on your screen behind home plate, starting lineups are being exchanged by the 2 head coaches, and we are just moments away from the introduction of starters and the playing of the national anthem. With that, we will step aside, and when we come back, Game 2 of this 4-game East Coast Conference set between the College of Staten Island and D'Youville University. NCAA Division II baseball coverage coming up next here on CSI Sportsnet, a proud part of the ECC Network.
No, I'm right. The podcast that uncovers the origin stories of some of the biggest names in sports, media, and entertainment. Nick Durst here along with Joe Calabrese.
Here we are, 200 episodes later, about 150 episodes with guests, our friends, soon to be your friends.
Well, it's pretty clear, Joe, that it's all about You Know I'm Right, the podcast. That's my You Know I'm Right moment. Wanted to do a podcast, and everyone was like, what are you, crazy? Who's going to listen? You're not going to get guests. Well, guess what? I'm the best when it comes to getting guests. You could vouch for that.
I am so happy that you asked me to do this. I couldn't have been more thrilled. And follow us on socials, check us out. I promise you, if you want to work in media, whether you work in media now, whether you want to quit your job and work in media, come to us, and I promise you, we will get you on the right path.
That's what it's all about, uncovering the origin stories of some of the biggest names in sports, media, and entertainment. Keep it locked on You Know I'm Right.
Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends. Live sports and watch parties. To Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials. Live music. And the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dining order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can. And then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
And we are back from the CSI Baseball Complex as we get set to begin Game 2 of a 4-game series between the College of Staten Island and DeUville University. John Esposito on the mound for the College of Staten Island in this game, and what could be his final start as a Dolphin. He faces a Saints team that the Dolphins defeated 6-5 in Game 1 of this series, and will look to pick up win number 7 on the season. He has been fantastic in 2023.
Yeah, he's definitely been their ace with, a ERA of 2.89 on the season, 6 wins as well, and he's going to use that energy, possibly the last start as a Dolphin, a possible playoff spot on the line. He's got all the energy to work with today, Joe.
In case you missed the pregame, the Dolphins must win out. They have 3 games left against DeUville this weekend. In order to have any chance of making the playoffs, they must win all 3 of those games. They hung on for a 6-5 win yesterday. They also need Mercy to lose this afternoon against Lincoln at 3:30 p.m. And Andrew, if you're the Dolphins, all you can do here in Game 1 is take care of business, get on to Game 3 of this series with 2 wins under your belt, and hope that you get some help from the Lions.
Of course, you just got to keep your focus. Of course, you need that help, too, from Alliance, as you said. But you got to focus on your game. You still got to play your game, and you got to focus, and you got to win your game. And as we said, getting out early for the Dolphins will benefit them. They got out early yesterday with the Bats. They got the lead early, and they were able to hang on. Let's see if they can do that again here today.
Key to many games for the Dolphins this year has been protecting leads. And if the Dolphins have been able to protect leads, they've been able to win because they found themselves out in front quite a few times this year, but have been unable to hold on in those games. As for the series between Mercy and Lincoln, the Lions have led in 2 of those 3 games. They could not hold on to the lead. The Mavericks coming from behind to win twice against Lincoln University in the first 3 games of that series. The Dolphins need a Lions win this afternoon, but first and foremost, they need a win here on their home field against a D'Youville team that they've had a lot of success against. The Dolphins are 9-2 all time against D'Youville.
Yeah, they're going to look to take advantage of that as well, especially here on their home field as we get set for first pitch. Jeremy Glinsky at the plate for D'Youville. John Esposito getting set on the mound for the Dolphins.
Glinsky got on to open yesterday's game. Ultimately came around to score. Came home on a walk. First pitch of the game on its way from Esposito, and that is fouled off to get things started from the CSI Baseball Complex.
First pitch swinging for Glinsky. Starts this game going right after it against Esposito.
And the 0-1 is lined into left center field. That's down for a base hit. And Jeremy Glinsky is on with a leadoff single as the Saints put their first runner on.
Well, the Saints waste no time. Glinsky, first pitch, goes after it, fouls it off. Second pitch, he lifts it right into the left center gap for D'Youville's first hit of the game. Just 2 pitches into this one, and a great start for the Saints. Dolphins need to bounce back here quickly.
That pitch misses down low to Blaze Colbert. Here's a look at that last swing by Glinsky once again. Hit that ball hard. Count 1-0 on Colbert, and that's lined straight to short. Chance to double off the runner, and the throw to first is in time.
Big play by the Dolphins there. Cipoletti didn't even really need to move. That was lined right into his glove, and a heads-up play to throw down right to first to get the runner, Glinsky, over at first. And a great bounce-back job there by the Dolphins to get the first 2 outs of this inning.
6-6-3 on the double play. That pitch is taken for ball 1 by Ethan Hammond.
D'Youville started off 2 pitches into the game with a base hit and a leadoff runner. And all of a sudden, Dolphins 2 down with nobody on now.
That's hit in the air, foul territory, and out of play down the left field line. Here's another look at that double play. That's 2 hard hit balls early by the Saints. That one off the end of the bat. That allowed Cipoletti to make the play over at short. And that's grounded down the left field line for an extra base hit. Hammond will jog into second base standing, and he is on with a 2-out double.
And that was ripped right down the left field line. That one off the glove of Weigel and bounces just a little bit away into foul territory. I have to think maybe if it didn't hit off Weigel's glove, maybe it stayed lined into left field. A little bit of an easier job to get that. But a double here keeps the inning going for D'Youville.
Good effort by Weigel along the third base line just to get a piece of that.
He made a good dive along the line.
If he keeps that on the infield, perhaps he holds Hammond to a single. Nonetheless, It's a runner in scoring position. 2 outs in the inning. And the starting pitcher and cleanup hitter, Billy Morris, will come to the plate. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. That's chopped on the left side, and Weigel can't make the play. The ball rolls into center field, but Hammond will stop at third.
Yeah, that was a tough bounce for Weigel, and it bounces right off his shin and up into the air, and that allows the runner over at second to advance, and now all of a sudden Saints with runners at the corners here with 2 away.
Well, you'll see it on the wide shot right here. Really tough hop for Weigel.
Yeah, it was really tough for him to handle.
They gave him an error on that. I mean, that's a really tough hop. We'd have to look at it again, but I don't know if you can give an error on that hop. Well, they change it to a hit now. They're listening to me.
He must be.
Runners on the corners, 2 outs. John Simpson at the plate, and that's lined into left field for another Saints base hit. 1 run is in to score, and D'Youville takes an early 1-0 lead.
Well, following suit yesterday, they were able to get the first run of the game yesterday, but that's unfortunate for the Dolphins as they were able to get 2 quick outs after the leadoff runner came on, and then I shouldn't say a couple, 3 straight hits for D'Youville brings home a run, and they lead it 1-0 here in the first inning.
That pitch is taken high by Craig Oliver for ball 1. Well, that scoring decision looms larger now because that run becomes earned with the base hit. We'd have to look at it again on replay as Esposito misses low. And Mike Morrow will visit the mound here with a 2-0 count. Runners on first and second, still 2 outs. And it looked like Esposito may have been in line for a quick inning after that double play, but Saints have since recorded 3 straight hits.
And Simpson came through with the rip into left to bring home D'Youville's first run of the game. And the 3rd straight hit as well.
We're going to slow down that last play over at third. We only have the wide shot. We may have to cut away back to live action. You could definitely make the case for an error on that, only because I don't think Weigel had to charge.
I was going to say, I think he charged up just a little too strong on that ball. Created some difficulty, and it went off his shin.
It comes down to whether or not you think he had to charge. If he had to charge to get the out, that's a hit. If he did not have to charge and could have let the ball bounce, that's an error. The count runs to 2-2 on Oliver now.
I don't think he had to charge.
We'll get one more look at it before we head to break, perhaps after this next pitch. 2-2 the count on Oliver. And he lines one the other way into shallow right field, and that's down in front of Santiago for a base hit. Morris comes in to score, and it's an RBI base hit for Craig Oliver as the Saints go in front 2-0.
And Santiago nearly gets over to catch that ball, and it just grazes his glove and bounces in front of him, or bounces right to the left of him, and that brings home the Saints' second run, and they're off to an early 2-0 lead here with still 2 outs in the inning.
Santiago nearly got there, but had to play it on a hop as it fell just in front of him. That's hit in the air out to right center. Santiago is there. He calls off Burkhead and makes the catch for the final out of the inning. But not before the Saints record 5 hits in the top half of the first. They score twice, and they lead CSI 2-0, heading to the home half of the first.
NCAA Division II, community engagement is an initiative at all 25 national championships because student-athletes want to give back while competing for a national title. Over the course of the year, Division II student-athletes have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression in local communities throughout the country. Whether Division II student-athletes are volunteering at hospitals, schools, after-school care programs, foster homes, or retirement villages, they make a difference in the lives of others. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
And we are back from the CSI baseball complex where there has been a scoring change to that ball in the first inning. Upon review of the replay, it was determined that Vincent Weigel probably did not have to charge to make that play on the infield. Therefore, that base hit becomes an error because if Weigel had waited for that ball and fielded it cleanly, he had the out at first. So he also had an out right next to him as well if he fields that ball cleanly. The runner was about 2 steps away from him, and Weigel could have easily applied the tag. So officially, we will change that on your screen. 4 hits for the Saints, 1 error for the Dolphins. No earned runs allowed by John Esposito in that first inning. As Billy Morris will take the mound for the first time today, he has spotted an early 2-run lead, and the Dolphin Bats will have to get to work trailing once again for the second straight day.
Yeah, and the Saints off to a great start in this game as they come to bat. 2 runs on 4 hits and an error before the Dolphins even come to the plate.
CSI lineup that Billy Morris will face today. Leading off, Michael Kehoe batting second, Shendi Ulaj in the 3 spot, Thomas Martin in cleanup spot, A.J. Vigliotti batting 5th, Vincent Weigel batting 6th, Angel Santiago batting 7th, Nick Cipoletti batting 8th, Brian Burkhead, and batting 9th, Jake Myers.
Number 8, Michael Kehoe.
Michael Kehoe will get things started for the Dolphins in the home half of inning number 1. Kehoe in yesterday's game, 1 for 4 at the plate. However, he threw out 2 base stealers in big spots for the Dolphins, and his defensive effort behind the plate certainly helped the Dolphins secure that 1-run victory yesterday. As Kehoe looks at a strike, that evens the count at 1.
Well, the Dolphins need to make a little bit of a comeback here early. We've seen it, and they are capable of getting the bats going. They have a batter over 400 in Vigliotti. They have 4 batters over 300 in Ulaj, Martin, Kehoe, and Weigel. So they're definitely capable of getting these bats going and getting an answer.
And Kehoe looks at ball 3, so an early full count for Morris as he looks to avoid putting the leadoff batter on. These 2 teams come in with very similar numbers at the plate. Entering the weekend, Dolphins came in hitting 275 as a team. The Saints, 274. So very evenly matched at the plate. As that's hit on the ground, left side, and the play is not made. It's short.
Yeah, that was a tough hop over it short to handle, and it just hits his glove and hops over it. And the Dolphins take advantage. They get their leadoff runner and Kehoe on.
Number 24,
Now bring up Ulaj to the plate.
Well, that one was hit toward the hole. It will go down as a hit next door, and I agree with that scoring for sure. Here's a second look.
Yeah, I think that was a little too tough for him to make.
I think the fact that that ball was hit toward the hole is what makes that a hit.
Yeah.
If that ball was hit straight at the shortstop and he tried to backhand it in that spot, that would go down as an error. But hit deep in the hole on the left side, undoubtedly a hit. And Kehoe was very nearly picked off.
Yeah, I thought for a second that they got him. That was close.
The throw was in time. The tag missed. At least from here it looked that way. Got caught leaning towards second. Shendi Ulaj at the plate behind 0-1. And that's down in the dirt. Ulaj has seen his average climb up toward 400 on the season. His career numbers here with the Dolphins stack up with just about anybody. That's fouled back. Dolphins will graduate a couple of players who rank among the best hitters in the history of the program. Career averages up between 350 and 400. That will always put you in the conversation. Record books will be updated in the weeks to come. Once the season's done, I have to update the basketball record books, baseball record books, and the softball record books. We updated the track and field record books this past weekend. As that's hit sharply on the ground to second, could be two. Throw to second for one, and the throw to first sails into the Saints dugout, and Ulaj will head to second.
Yeah, and I don't think they were going to get Ulaj anyway over at first with that throw, but that one was way off, and that one sails right into the Saints dugout. A couple of heads up there in the dugout as well.
Well, the play wasn't that close at first. The throw was definitely not close, as you'll see here. And I think that was an ill-advised throw, Andrew. Like you said, I don't think they had to play it first.
No, I don't think so.
I don't think there was good reason to throw that. Ball wasn't hit as hardly as I thought.
No, it's slowed up a little bit on the roll.
And we've seen that specifically in the outfield, not as much on the infield. The infield has been more prone to tough hops as Martin fouls that one back. And the count is even at 1.
Well, Dolphins will take advantage with Ulaj over at second and just one out in the inning. Good enough base hit here. Could score Ulaj and get the Dolphins into this game.
1 ball and 1 strike, the count on the CSI designated hitter, and that's fouled away. Runner in scoring position, 1 out for CSI. They trail by 2 here in the opening inning. This will be a 9-inning game 1, followed by a 7-inning game 2. There's the 1-2 pitch. And that's hit hard on the ground through the right side for a base hit. That rolls slowly into right field. Throw coming to the plate. And Ulaj is in standing with the first Dolphins run. It's an RBI single for Thomas Martin. And the Dolphins have cut the Saints' lead in half. It's 2-1.
Well, Thomas Martin makes no mistake, gets all of that ball and drills it right past first base. And just what they need, just what we were talking about. A deep enough base hit, hard enough base hit brings home Ulaj. It does. Dolphins are in the game. It's 2-1.
Simpson had a chance there. That was off his glove.
Yeah, that just grazed it.
If he keeps that on the infield, perhaps Ulaj has to stop at third. No likelihood he would have. Count 0-1 on A.J. Vigliotti, and he takes inside. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. And that breaking ball catches the inside corner. Good pitch there from Morris. Front door breaking ball. Locked Vigliotti up. Count now 1-2. And that skips to the backstop. And Martin will take second base.
Well, the Dolphins will surely take advantage of that as that skips right off the catcher equipment and right up to the backstop. Martin easily into second. Still only 1 out here for the Dolphins and Vigliotti at the plate.
And the 2-2 is hit out to right. Vigliotti got under it. Martin was halfway, and he will head back to second. 2 away now in the home first inning. And it will be left to Vincent Weigel. Now, Weigel came to the plate in a very interesting spot yesterday. He was asked to bunt. and then was thrown 2 pitches out of the strike zone. He attempted to bunt on the 2-0 pitch, offered and missed. They took the bunt off, and he came through with an RBI hit. Here he gets ahead 1-0. And I said it at the time. I thought the Saints did the Dolphins a big favor, throwing Weigel 2 balls and ultimately giving him the opportunity to swing the bat. And Weigel takes that front door breaking ball for a strike. It's been a good pitch here for Morris over the last couple of at-bats. Here's the 1-1. That's chopped foul.
Right into the hands of Coach Morrow.
I wasn't sure if that was him coaching third base.
Looks like him.
I don't believe he always coaches third. Could be mistaken there, but I think there have been some games where he has not coached third base. Tinted sunglasses in the window in front of me sometimes make it a little tough to tell.
Pretty sure that's
But I
him.
think you're right. I think you're right. I think that is him coaching third today. We'll have to look toward the dugout. 2 balls and 2 strikes the count. And that's hit in the air on the infield. High pop-up. And the catch is made by Simpson for the final out of the inning. But the Dolphins do get 1 run back in the inning. They tally a couple of base hits and are helped along by 1 Saints error. We head to the second. Deauville leads Staten Island 2-1.
Stop to make sure someone is okay.
Get in the way and disrupt the situation.
Notify an authority.
Or walk them home safely.
We can change the language around rape.
We can make campuses safer for our teammates, our friends, and our classmates.
We cannot be bystanders.
Taking action isn't always easy, but it's on us
to intervene.
Because we can. Learn more and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
And we are back from the CSI Baseball Complex. Dolphins trail 2-1 after they got a run back in the bottom half of the first inning. Alex Simeon will lead things off for Deauville. And he fouls one straight back.
High-flying first inning there, Joe. 2 runs on 4 hits for the Saints. Dolphins come out and answer with a run of their own on 2 base hits.
Now, if that run that Deauville allowed was unearned, as that's it on the ground to third, and that's going to be an error against Weigel. He was playing in, but I think he could have made that play.
Yeah, definitely. It was right at him, and it hit him. It went right off the side of him, and it rolled behind him, and he had to make that play, and it was just too late.
Once again, Deauville has a leadoff base runner, but as I was saying, if that earned run allowed by Morris went down as unearned because of that throwing error that allowed Ulash to advance to second, then we've seen 3 unearned runs scored in this game. So that's bunted back to the right of the mound, and Esposito can't make the play.
Well, these are the things that the Dolphins really need to keep cleaned up, as those types of plays can easily be prevented. As that one dribbles right off the glove of Esposito. Wasn't hit that hard at him. That's the Dolphins' third error of the game.
That might be a tough error. But that'll be the scoring for now. And Glinsky will bunt. Weigel has it. Throw to first in time. Or not. I thought they had him at first.
I don't know about that one. I thought they had him.
I agree with you, and we will look on replay, see if we missed something. I thought for sure they had him.
I thought they had him by half a step.
With how quickly the Saints are putting the ball in play here, I'm really getting worked hard here at the engineering desk, but here's a look at that replay, and we will come back to it as that ball is fouled away.
Yeah, I don't know about that, Joe.
We're going to slow it down and take a second look at it once we have a break in the action, but I did not see anything in live action that made me think Glinsky was safe. He certainly thought he was safe.
The whole D'Youville dugout thought he was safe, too.
They might be biased.
Well,
more so than we are, anyway.
They were pretty lively about it.
No question. The Dolphins didn't protest.
No.
Bases loaded, nobody out. And the 1-1 pitch is hit a mile high, and that's going to be an infield fly. One away.
Well, Dolphins catch a break there with that as everybody stays put. Dolphins get the first out of the inning, which seemed to be elusive as D'Youville got their first three batters of the inning all on for bases loaded, and infield fly there gets the first out.
We're getting a second look at that bunt by Glinsky. We have to cut to live action if the ball is put in play. And you know what, Andrew? I think he beat it.
Really?
I think he beat it. Good call by the infield umpire. In live action, I thought he was out. But watching that replay, I think he was in there. Job well done by the umpire as that pitch is in for a called strike two. And very quickly, Esposito is ahead of Hammond. No balls and 2 strikes.
Well, a big play on the infield here could get the Dolphins out of this.
And that's hit well out toward left center field, and that will find the gap for an extra base hit. This one may clear the bases. Throw is cut off at short. Play at the plate coming, and Glinsky rolls in safely. It is a bases clearing 3 RBI double for Ethan Hammond, and the Saints now lead it 5-1.
Yeah, and the throw back home, they got the first 2 runs pretty easily as that one was drilled right into the left center gap, and it took a dead stop in the grass there out in left center. It had to be picked up in a strong throw back home, but that last bounce was the one that let the third runner to come home, and D'Youville clears the bases. They now lead 5-1 here as they've blown it open.
That pitch is fouled away. Billy Morris, the batter. He's 0 for 1 at the plate in this game. Chance to help his own cause here with a runner in scoring position. Still just 1 out. And that ball is ripped into left field for another Saints hit. Hammond is being waved home. He will come in to score, and D'Youville now leads 6-1.
Well, they're really getting the best here of Esposito. Is another one, wasting no time there and just drilling it into left center once again to bring home another D'Youville run. Now 6-1. Saints all over the Dolphins here in this second inning.
Saints picking up where they left off late in yesterday's game. They began to get hot at the plate late and worked their way back into it, but came up 1 run short. They have carried some of that momentum from late in yesterday's game into today's game, as John Simpson has taken 2 huge swings at the first 2 pitches, and he's in a 2-strike hole.
Yeah, and he wants to keep it moving for D'Youville with those 2 big swings. He wants more for the Saints. He wants to pile it on here.
He wants to move the ball over the fence and get double-digit home runs. He has 9 on the season. He took 2 cuts looking for his 10th. And instead he strikes out. Now, it looked like Esposito was heading to the dugout. He thought that was out number 3.
I was just going to say, he looked like he was ready to head out on this inning. He looked like he thought it was over. Then he realized that was just the second out.
Well, the good news here, as that's hit in the air on the infield, and it will carry out into right. Boy, do I have a bad eye for the ball sometimes. As that's caught by Santiago, and the inning is over. As I was going to say, if there's any good news here for Esposito, it's that he's only thrown 34 pitches. So he could still go deep into this game if he's able to find it and get right, but instead, he trails right now by a score of 6-1. Dolphins come to bat when we return for the bottom half of the second.
My dad was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. I could sit in the book bag, like facing backwards and look like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back. And my dad was like, "We have a prodigy." So he put me into soccer and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do, be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
Bottom half of the second inning from the CSI Baseball Complex, where the Dolphins now trail by 5. Our score, D'Youville 6 and Staten Island 1. As the Dolphins come to the plate for the second time in this game. And Andrew, we've seen 7 runs scored in this game. Officially, not one of those runs is earned.
That's incredible.
3 errors by the Dolphins, 2 in that last inning. 1 over at third and another to the right of the mound. I think the error to the right of the mound was the tougher error. But on that play, I think they had an out if the ball is fielded cleanly. So as it stands right now, no earned runs. And that's hard to believe the way the Saints have swung the bats. They have 7 hits in this game.
There's been 4 total errors across 9 outs so far.
We've said it many times this year. You can never count the Dolphins out of a game because of a deficit. Especially this early, as that's chopped toward third. Hit slowly. And Santiago beats it out.
Yeah, that was a very tough throw to make for the Saints' third baseman. And Santiago's going to take advantage of that with a leadoff single for the Dolphins. That'll bring Cipoletti to the plate. And let's see how the Dolphins can manage an answer here.
Well, it was going to take a rocket from Colbert over at third to have any chance to get Santiago. That ball was just hit so slowly. And he had to play it on the short hop as well. I don't think there's any chance, even with a perfect throw, that he was going to get him. And the Dolphins have the leadoff batter on for Nick Cipoletti. I've been the first to say it all season. I'll say it again, Andrew. This game is far from over.
That's been proven already through just an inning and a half.
And we've seen it go both ways. The Dolphins led 6-1 against Stack last week and ended up losing that game, I believe it was 20-10. Cipoletti takes a strike, and the count is 1-2. Said it before as well. Esposito only at 34 pitches, so if he can get things right and settle down moving forward in this game. There's no reason he can't go 5 or 6, as that's hit well to right. But Cipoletti didn't get all of it. And the catch is made by Galinsky for the first out of the inning.
Yeah, Galinsky really had to track back for that one, as that one was hit pretty hard by Cipoletti out in the right center. But Galinsky is able to get back for it, keep his eyes on it, and get the first out.
One away in the home second. Brian Burkhead, the batter. Burkhead came on in the middle of yesterday's game as a pinch hitter, and he hits that one hard to the right side. It's fielded in the hole. And going the short way for the easy out is Zimian. Santiago advances to second, and there are 2 away.
Yeah, and that throw to first, it wasn't a far throw to first, but Simpson had to make a reach down in the dirt. That was almost thrown away. Good grab by Simpson to get the Dolphins second out.
Well, after you put up a 4 spot, it's big to come out and get a 1-2-3 inning from your pitcher, sending both the opposing pitcher and your offense right back out there. That's it well out to left, but that is caught on the run for the final out of the inning by Hammond. Dolphins strand a runner in scoring position. They trail by 5, headed to the third.
Wayne State Medical School has been my dream medical school since I was 5. Athletics are important, but so is service, so is research, so is becoming a better person. And we expect you to do well athletically, but don't forget the reason you're here, which is to give back to your community and to get good grades. It was my sophomore indoor season. It was the first year with our new head coach. And he comes in and he's like, we could be a national contending team if you guys work hard. And I heard him and I was like, well, I want to be a national champion. I want to be an All-American. And I bought in because he bought into our team. And I qualified to go to indoor nationals. I decided I wanted it, so I went and grabbed it.
And we are back for the top half of the third inning. Hunter Nowak will lead things off for D'Youville. His team leading by 5 and looking for more against John Esposito. Saints with 7 hits in this game. Have swung the bats very well so far. But as I've said more than once already, Andrew, Esposito's pitch count is still relatively low. If he settles down, there's still the chance that he can give the Dolphins 6 innings or more in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Is hit
That'll
up
help.
to third. That'll help. Dolphins get the first out of the inning quickly, as that was pitched just number 36 on the game for Esposito. 2 pitches and 1 out there to start the third inning. Look, it's a long game, Joe, and Esposito still, as we said, only at 36 pitches. We know what the Dolphins are capable of at the plate, and so Esposito needs a couple of big innings here, and he's capable of getting them. And it's a long game. Dolphins definitely can come back in this one and take control.
And we talked about it during the pregame. The Saints were very patient at the plate yesterday. Great at-bats from them throughout the day. They have been in attack mode here today. At the plate here, Alex Zimian. Count even at 1. Zimian 0 for 1 at the plate in this game. And that skips in for ball 2. Comes the 2-1. And that's hit sharply on the ground toward the middle. And Myers can't get there on the dive. It's a one-out base hit for Alex Simeon. And the Saints have a man on.
Well, great effort there by Myers at second. I thought he had a chance to grab that with the dive, and that just rolls right past his glove into the outfield for another Saints base hit, their 8th of the game, and 1 on and 1 out here.
That was another hard hit ball by D'Youville. We've said that many times already in this game, and I think that's one of the most concerning things we've seen is the kind of contact that they've made against Esposito. The number 9 hitter at the plate, Dylan Crook. He's 0 for 1. The 0-1 pitch on its way. That's hit in the air. Along the right field line. Long run for Santiago. He won't get there as that ball falls foul.
Santiago was hustling for that. And that one just kept drifting over into foul territory.
Esposito ahead of Crook 0-2. This will be pitch number 43 for the Dolphins starter. Esposito comes set and will attempt to pick off over at first. I think it goes without saying, with the bottom of the order due up entering this inning for D'Youville, Esposito needs a scoreless inning in this spot. And this is a big out to get as that pitch misses high. Behind Crook is the leadoff batter, Jeremy Glinsky. He's 2 for 2. Blaze Colbert behind him, 0 for 2, and Ethan Hammond behind him is 2 for 2. That's hit down the right field line once again. Foul territory and out of play.
Well, Vigliotti was going after that. Looked like he had a chance over at the fence. Once again, that ball drifting just over the fence there.
That one didn't get out of play by much. Here comes the 1-2. And that is fouled far too close to our other camera for comfort. Count remains 1-2.
Yeah, that one gave me a little bit of flashbacks from a few weeks ago, Joe.
Here comes another 1-2 pitch. That's fouled straight back. Battle brewing here between Crook and Esposito. Esposito comes set once again with another 1-2 pitch. And that breaking ball is on the inside corner for a called strike 3.
Big out for the Dolphins and a big strikeout for John Esposito there to get the second out of the inning. As he got the first out of the inning quickly, D'Youville was able to get a runner on to get things going, but Esposito settles things down with a big strikeout there, 2 away.
That will bring Jeremy Glinsky to the plate with 2 outs and a runner on. That's hit to short. Throw across the diamond in time, and the side is retired. Saints pick up 1 hit in the inning, but that base runner is stranded. We head to the home third. D'Youville over Staten Island 6-1.
If I lose, I'll respond with respect.
If I win, I'll back it up with humility.
If I fail, I'll rise up with honor.
It's tough for us to put it all on the line.
Don't undo my hard work with poor sportsmanship.
Respect. It's the name of the game.
Home half of inning number 3 from the CSI Baseball Complex, as the Dolphins will send the top of their lineup to the plate. Leading off is Michael Kehoe, and he takes a called strike. Kehoe 1 for 1. Hit a ground ball toward the hole on the left side. It was stopped on the infield as that's dribbled back to the mound. And Kehoe was thrown out by Morris for the first out, but Kehoe reached on a grounder deep in the hole on the left side his first time and is retired here for the first out in the home third.
Yeah, he goes right after it there, hits it right back up to the pitcher in Morris. Morris sticks his glove down and able to get right underneath it, and an easy first out for the Saints there.
Shendi Ulaj takes a strike. He didn't think so.
I didn't really think so either, to be honest with you.
And that's hit hard through the right side for a Dolphins hit. And Ulaj is on with a one-out single.
Ulaj finding his spot there. Took one on the inside, didn't agree with. Next pitch, he finds it and rips it for a base hit and gets things going for the Dolphins. 1 on, 1 out for Thomas Martin.
Martin 1 for 1 at the plate in this game. And they will check on Ulaj over at first. That's taken for a strike.
Thomas Martin driving in the only Dolphins run so far today.
Martin has been huge for this Dolphins team down the stretch of this season. Has been hitting near the middle of the lineup for much of the second half, and time again has delivered run-scoring hits. Count even on Martin at 1-1. And that's taken on the outside corner for a called strike 2. And the 1-2 is swung on and missed for strike 3.
That's a big out there for out number 2 for Morris after giving up the base hit to Thomas Martin in his first at-bat for the Dolphins' lone run. Comes back at him with a strikeout here, and that's answering the base hit he gave up to Ulaj.
2 gone in the inning, and A.J. Vigliotti takes a strike. Vigliotti 0 for 1. And they'll check on Ulaj over at first. Now, typically, Shendi wouldn't be a candidate to steal, but we have seen him sneak a few stolen bases, especially in situations where you don't expect it. Now, trailing by 5 runs with Vigliotti at the plate, I don't think he goes, but I think the Saints are wise to keep an eye on him over there.
Of course.
Dolphins don't run much as a team, as Vigliotti takes up and away for ball 2. On the season, the Dolphins with 31 stolen bases and 45 attempts. Opponents 69 for 82 against them. And that's it well out to right center field. Glinski going back, and he cannot make the play. It's off his glove. Vigliotti heads for third. Ulaj will score, and Vigliotti is safe at third base.
Big break for the Dolphins. That ball was hit hard. That was driven into right center, and it just kept carrying. And it goes off the glove out in right center. Dolphins will take advantage, and they close the deficit to just 4 now.
Well, you won't be able to see anything on the replay, so rather than go to the replay, we'll try and describe what happened. They gave the Dolphins a hit for that? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so. He was right underneath it.
There's hometown scoring, and then there's
It was a difficult
no
play.
chance.
It was a hard
It wasn't
run.
a difficult play. He had to run a long way, but the ball hit right off his glove.
Yeah, I mean, he was there when the ball came down.
And he was there with plenty of time.
Right.
It looked like he just made the play nonchalantly as that's it out to right. That could be trouble, and that's down for a hit. Vigliotti scores, and Weigel is on with a 2-out RBI single.
That was like magic. That ball was placed perfectly along the right field line, and somehow nobody got there for it. And the Dolphins close the deficit to 3 now.
I'm not sure you'll see this ball land on replay either, but off the bat, you could tell that was trouble. And that's the second day in a row that Weigel has dropped a base hit into that spot. And Santiago hits one out to left, and that is down for a hit. Weigel stops at second, and the Dolphins keep the line moving here as they now have 2 on with 2 out.
3 straight base hits here for the Dolphins. They're starting to really get a hold of Morris here in this 3rd inning. And they've made this a ball game, just a 3-run game here in the bottom of the 3rd. Now Morris is going to get a visit.
Well, the Dolphins, these last 2 at-bats, have not made solid contact, and both have gotten down for hits. And with a couple of what some may call lucky base hits, this game completely turns around. Big opportunity here with 2 on and 2 outs. Nick Cipoletti, the batter, and he's absolutely a candidate to tie this game with one big swing. Base hit here could make this a 2-run game. Cipoletti is 0 for 1. Weigel the runner at second, Santiago the runner at first. That pitch is fouled away. Comes the 0-1. And that's it out to center. And ranging back to make the catch is Crook for the final out of the inning. But not before another costly error brings home 2 more unearned runs. The Dolphins are now behind by just 3. Our score, Deauville 6, Staten Island 3, as we head to the 4th.
For me, just kind of was the glue that kept my family together, I feel like. I don't know what it was that drew me in, but after I started playing for a while and started seeing some early success as a little kid, to see how much it meant to my parents to see me play the game and try to make a difference was really what fueled me to keep playing and stay competitive. Being a triple major is not necessarily easy, but at the same time it is what you make it. Being a tighter-knit university, I have a lot of classes with the same professors, so they know me pretty well. I think it's that personal relationship that really helped me to thrive as a student. I was able to come here and get my triple major, as well as play a super high level of baseball against some of the best players in the country. There's a lot of options here in Division II with a lot of great ball players and a lot of great people, and they make sure that they give you every opportunity to succeed on and off the field.
And we are back for the 4th inning from the CSI Baseball Complex. The Dolphins get 2 runs closer. And Andrew, we have 9 unearned runs scored in this game. The 2 teams have combined for 5 errors. They've also combined for 14 hits. Right now, it looks like whatever team can clean up the play in the field first may be the team that takes control.
I was just going to say, a lot of big hits here, but also a lot of sloppy play on the infield, which is allowing both teams to keep striking here.
Well, the offense is have certainly come to play in this game, as that's lined into left field for a base hit by Blaze Colbert. And once again, the Saints have the leadoff man on here in the fourth.
Yeah, he doesn't waste any time with that one. He rips that right into left field. And as you said, once again, Saints in business here to lead off the fourth with a leadoff runner on.
Already 9 hits for D'Youville in this game. Ethan Hammond at the plate. And he looks at a strike. Hammond is 2 for 2. Already 7 of the 9 Saints who started this game have reached base via a hit. And that's it out to left center. And that is down for a hit. Bloop single for Hammond. And now the Saints have 2 on with nobody out.
Yeah, like you said, blooped right into shallow center. Nothing really much the Dolphins can do. That ball was hit hard once again. And the Saints here are in business in a big way with their 10th hit of the game already there.
Hammond has 3 of those 10 hits now, as Billy Morris takes up and away for ball 1. We've seen now in the last inning or so, not even an inning, 3 of those fluke bloop hits off the end of the bat. Not great contact, and there's a lot of room in this outfield. And so far, these hitters have taken advantage. Contact like that is typically a sign that the pitcher has the hitter off balance, as that's it out to right field. Santiago waiting for it, makes the catch. And the runner will tag at second but hold up. Colbert stays put, and there's one away.
Yeah, and he made a little stutter step there just as he was about to go. That could have played a part in staying over at second, ultimately.
John Simpson will be the batter. We saw Simpson take 2 huge home run cuts his last time up. Ultimately struck out, and that ball's hit well out to left center, but he got under it a bit. And Ulaj and Burkhead converge. Ulaj makes the catch, and there are 2 gone.
Yeah, Ulaj underneath it. Burkhead came in close contact there with Ulaj. I'm not sure if they actually collided.
They did not. But
yeah, I didn't think so.
That's the center fielder's ball if he calls it. Though it appeared Burkhead had a bit of a longer run. As a left-hander, that actually helps him in that spot, because that ball was coming down on his glove side. There are now 2 away in the inning. Craig Oliver is the batter. John Esposito has a chance to get through this inning under 60 pitches. And that might do it if Santiago can get to that ball, but he can't. It's over his head. It one-hops the wall. 1 run is in to score. 2 runs will score, and the Saints go in front 8-3.
Yeah, and that ball was absolutely drilled into right over the head of Santiago. And here we go again. D'Youville opening up the scoring as they make it 8-3 with that 2 RBI double.
Big hit for Oliver to chase home a couple. 11 hits in the game for D'Youville. Off the bat, Dolphins, I'm sure, hoped Santiago could get there. He did not. As the Saints will swipe third base ahead of the first pitch, or I should say following the first pitch of the next at-bat for Hunter Nowak. Count 1-0 now on Nowak. And he looks at ball 2. Eight runs on 11 hits for D'Youville. 3 runs on 6 hits for CSI. And that misses down and in for ball 3. Dolphins bullpen begins stirring once again. Ryan Fiore getting loose. Esposito finds the zone with that last pitch for a called strike. And the count is now full. Payoff pitch on its way. That's down low for ball 4.
Well, DeUville keeps going here as they get another runner on, this time by a walk. And that's a little different. Haven't seen that too much in this game.
Two gone, runners on the corners. And a bunt attempt by Simeon. Esposito's got it, and he spikes that throw a bit low, as that's going to be a bunt single. We saw that from Simeon yesterday, and that will load the bases. Dylan Crook at the plate now, and he fouls that pitch away. DeUville has already surpassed their hit total from yesterday's game by 3. They've scored in 3 of the first 4 innings. As that's taken up and in for a ball. If Esposito doesn't get Crook, this could very well be his last batter. There's a swing and a miss for strike 2. However, if he does get him, I could see the Dolphins pushing him through 6.
Yeah, it could go either way. It definitely depends on this batter right here.
Crook, the number 9 hitter. Big out here for Esposito and the Dolphins. And he's got it, as that's in for a called strike 3, and the side is retired. The Saints strand the bases loaded, but they score 2 more. They now lead CSI 8-3, heading to the bottom half of the 4th inning.
Being a champion takes more than skill, more than endless drills, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the heart to give it your all, the agility to thrive from any angle, and the relentless drive to be the best. Welcome to Division 2, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
Bottom of the 4th inning from the College of Staten Island. Dolphins fought back to within 3, but the Saints get 2 more in the 4th, and they now lead at 8-3.
Yeah, Dolphins mounting a little bit of a comeback there in the 3rd, but Saints come right back with 2 runs of their own and make it a 5-run game again.
Brian Burkhead will lead things off for the Dolphins. Here in the 4th, he looks at a strike. Burkhead 0 for 1 at the plate, and he takes out of the zone for ball 1. After a scoreless 3rd, that's chopped to 3rd, and I'll finish that point in a moment. Throw to 1st in time, 1 away, and as I was going to say, after a scoreless 3rd, the Dolphins had to be hoping that John Esposito would settle in and give them maybe 2 or 3 more of those scoreless innings. That did not happen. Saints get 2 in the 4th, but I don't think the approach changes much. If you're Mike Morrow, you have to let him go as long as you can in terms of a reasonable pitch count. And I think that could see him pitch to the 6th inning, maybe the 7th. Jake Myers, the batter. He takes a strike. Esposito entering today's game had not lost a conference game this year.
Yeah, still a lot of game left, Joe, even at this point.
Myers swings and misses at that pitch for strike 2. A big area of concern for a lot of managers, and we've seen it especially over at softball, is third pass through the order. Esposito is about to start his 4th pass through the order. Two balls and 2 strikes, the count on Myers. That's taken outside. Good at bat here for Myers, who will look to get on for Michael Kehoe. That's chopped toward the middle. Easy play at second. And Zimian throws out Myers for out number 2.
I'm pretty sure that's the first time in this game we've seen 2 up, 2 down quickly.
You might be right. I don't think 2 batters consecutively have been retired to start any inning. I think the closest we got was when we had that line-out double play in the first.
Yeah.
Leadoff man on and then erased.
Yep.
That's chopped foul by Michael Kehoe. He's 1 for 2 at the plate in this game. And he takes strike 2. Kehoe, Ulaj, Martin, and Weigel all with 1 hit. Santiago with 2. Kehoe looking for his second right here, but that ball does not get down quickly enough as Glinski makes that grab on the run, falling onto the grass for the 3rd out of the inning. Dolphins go down 1-2-3 in what is our first 1-2-3 inning of the game. They trail 8-3 heading to the 5th.
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create. And the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
And we're back on CSI Sportsnet. Dolphins trail by 5 after a quick 1-2-3 bottom half of the 4th inning. 4th pass through the lineup for the Saints as Jeremy Glinski will lead things off against John Esposito. And Glinski swings and misses for strike 1. Glinski 2 for 3 at the plate in this game. He takes outside. There's still action in the Dolphins' bullpen. As I mentioned before, Esposito's pitch count is low. has to be about as low as you can get for a game in which you've allowed 8 runs on 12 hits.
In 4 innings.
Only 70 pitches entering this half inning, as Klinsky got a piece of that one and fouled it back. I think if you're the Dolphins, what you have to hope for is to get at least 2 runs back in the next couple of innings and to get Esposito through 6. If you do that, you put yourself in a position where you have a chance. If they could get more than 2, they'd love that, but they need 2, and they need Esposito to find his way through 6. That's hitting the air out to right. Santiago is there. Ball drifting on him a bit, and he makes the catch for out number 1.
Well, most importantly, Esposito needs to find his way. He needs to find a rhythm and get through this inning and the next. As we know, the bats can get it going when they need to.
That hit by Craig Oliver, which drove in 2 runs in the 4th, could ultimately prove to be the biggest hit of this game. Because Esposito was on the doorstep of escaping. That would have made it 2 consecutive scoreless innings. And I think really would have gone a long way toward rebuilding confidence and getting through an inning unscathed. Seeing a 0 up on the scoreboard makes a big difference in that regard. But Saints, to their credit, with more good 2-out hitting, delivered a 2 RBI double. And that put them back ahead by 5. Dolphins have a lot of work to do at the plate, as that's fouled away. And the count goes to 2-1. Blaze Colbert at the plate for D'Youville. He's 1 for 3. Comes the 2-1. And that's hit sharply right back into the glove of Esposito. How did he make that play?
That was incredible. That was hit hard. Right to the glove. What a grab by Esposito. And a big second out for the Dolphins there. 2 up, 2 down for the Saints. That's a big play by Esposito on that grab at the mound.
That's one of those where your reaction is, look what I found. 2 away in the inning. That's taken for ball 1 by Ethan Hammond. Here's another look at that last play.
Wow. He made that look easy.
Yes, he did. As that's taken outside for ball 2. Comes the 2-0. That's up and away. Comes the 3-0 pitch. That's a called strike. Esposito is on the verge of another very quick inning. Would hate to walk Hammond here and prolong this. That finds the corner.
Well, good job by Esposito. He went down 3-0 quickly against Hammond. He's able to find the zone to make this a full count.
Comes the payoff pitch. And that's hit hard and off the glove of Myers. He had a chance, but that ball was hit too hard.
And we were that close. Esposito was that close to getting out of this inning. That just goes just off the tip of the glove there of Myers at second, rolls into the outfield.
13 hits now for D'Youville. That pitch misses outside. That's fouled away, and can they stop hitting it right at the camera?
Getting closer and closer.
Don't say that. 1 ball and 1 strike the count. And that was blocked by Kehoe, but the ball bounces up in the air, and that allows Hammond to take second base.
That ball bounced off the shin pad of Kehoe and basically right back to Esposito.
That was some bounce. That ball got up there. 2-1 the count. Saints looking for another big 2-out hit here. And that won't do it, as the catch is made by Burkhead center, and the side is retired. Saints strand 1 in scoring position, but they hold a 5-run lead. Our score, D'Youville 8, Staten Island 3, heading to the bottom half of the 5th.
My path to a college degree would have been completely different had I not run Division II cross country for the University of Mount Olive. Having an athletic and academic scholarship was key for my success. Our coaches were really helpful with balancing out my academics and athletics. I decided to attend graduate school because I wanted to become an athletic director. Receiving the postgraduate scholarship through the NCAA provided me with the flexibility to choose the school that I wanted. So now I know that I can accomplish any goal that I set for myself.
Home 5th inning from the CSI Baseball Complex. Dolphins trail 8-3. Shendi Ulaj will lead things off for the College of Staten Island, and he's quickly ahead 1-0.
Yeah, the Dolphins have a chance to answer back here as they get the top side of the order here.
That's hit well out to left center field, but the catch is made on the run by Crook for out number 1. I was about to echo that same point, Andrew. This is the inning for the Dolphins. 2, 3, and 4 due up. And Ulaj hit that ball very well out toward left center, but
yeah,
they had him positioned well defensively. They actually shifted him toward right center yesterday. And if they had done that again, that would have gotten down.
And this is especially a big inning for the Dolphins as Esposito was able to get through that last inning unscathed and find his way a bit.
Thomas Martin quickly in a 2-strike hole looks at ball 1. Martin is 1 for 2 at the plate. That's chopped to third. Waiting for it is Colbert. His throw in time. And Esposito is retired. Or excuse me, Martin is retired.
2 up, 2 down for the Dolphins. Colbert did a good job there to navigate that bounce, as that was a little bit of a difficult bounce there in the dirt. Off the grass into the dirt. He's able to handle it, navigate it down to first. 2 up, 2 down for the Dolphins.
Well, I was looking at John Esposito's line, and he's at 90 pitches right now. That's why I had him on my mind at that moment. So that pitch skips in for a ball, but Esposito has thrown 90 pitches in 5 innings, has allowed, in terms of earned runs, just 2. 8 runs have scored on 13 hits. 1 walk, 3 strikeouts.
Well, if he can come out in the 6th and have another big inning for the Dolphins and get them right back up to the plate in the bottom of the 6th, Dolphins definitely still have another chance.
That ball is crushed out to left field, and that is off the fence. Looking up in left field as if that ball was gone was Hammond off the bat. I thought for sure it had a chance. And A.J. Vigliotti is on with a 2-out double.
Well, I thought the same thing as the outfield did there, and they just kind of said, forget that. That's gone. But that goes right off the top of the wall, or top of the fence, I should say, and stays in. But nonetheless, Vigliotti with a big hit out to left center to keep this inning going.
Vigliotti just missed, as that ball was crushed out to left. And it bounced off the left field fence.
Right off the upper portion.
I would say about 2/3 of the way up.
Yeah.
Vincent Weigel at the plate here, and you just get the sense the Dolphins have to have this run at second base. And that's popped up just beyond the infield, and Glinski calls off his second baseman to make the catch for the final out of the inning. Dolphins get a 2-out double from Vigliotti. He is stranded in scoring position. We head to the 6th. Saints lead the Dolphins 8-3.
As a student athlete in college, I first got involved with the NCAA at the national level. It was through the Student Athlete Advisory Committee, SAC, gave me an opportunity to advocate on behalf of all student athletes, to affect change and to make an impact. The NCAA is giving the student athlete a platform to voice their concerns and to be able to advocate for what's going to affect their well-being. The policies that are being put in place are speaking towards academics, they're speaking towards well-being, they're speaking towards fairness, creating a culture so that the student athletes have the best experience as possible.
And we are back from the CSI Baseball Complex. And it's getting late for the Dolphins here as we enter the 6th inning. Dolphins trail 8-5, or 8-3, I should say. They trail by 5, but we were talking about it before we came back from break. If you're the Dolphins in this game, you really need to look to get to the Saints bullpen and try and take your chances against someone else other than Morris, who's pitched pretty well in this game. That's hit in the air, shallow right field. And Myers ranges back to make the catch for out number 1.
1 pitch, 1 out there for Esposito, and that's big coming back out on the mound here to start the 6th as he gets 1 quick out.
I said it before, Esposito started this inning with 90 pitches. That was number 91. So if he can have a quick inning here, there is no doubt he will come out for the 7th. Perhaps more. That swung on and missed by Craig Oliver for strike 1. And I said it an inning ago, Oliver's hit might be the biggest in this game thus far. Turned a 6-3 game into an 8-3 game and gave his team some extra breathing room. Count now 2-1 on Oliver. Now this is low for ball 3. Comes the 3-1. And that's it out to left, falling fast, and that's down for a hit. Ulaj tracks it down, and Oliver will stop at first.
Well, Oliver stays hot, gets another hit, as you mentioned just a few minutes ago. Oliver's big hit back in the 4th got them back up by 5 after the Dolphins were pressing pretty hard to make a comeback. And he gets another big hit here into left field along the line with 1 out in the inning.
Hunter Nowak at the plate, shows bunt, and takes up and away. D'Youville now has 14 hits in this game. Comes the 1-0. And that gets away to the backstop.
Bad break for the Dolphins there.
Dolphins probably can't afford to give up a run here. 4 innings to play, trailing by 5. Morris is pitching well for D'Youville. He's really settled in since the start of this game. There's a strike. Two and one the count. That's it the other way out to right. Santiago gives chase, and he makes the catch. Advancing to third is Oliver, and he moves up a base with 2 outs.
Great job there in the outfield by Santiago. He had to rush on for that one as he hustles back and ranges for that one, as that one kept ranging back, and Santiago's able to track it and get the second out.
If you look at the flag out in left field, it is blowing left to right. And we saw that ball that was dropped by Glinsky carry pretty well. Another one hit out to right center that got over Santiago's head, carried very well. At the plate here is Alex Zimian. He's a threat to bunt. Weigel is in at third. But we've seen Zimian bunt toward the mound more than once over the last couple of days. And instead he lines a base hit into left center field. And another run will come home for D'Youville.
Yeah, and that's big for D'Youville, as that puts them up now 6. Here comes Morrow to the mound. Do you think that does it for Esposito?
I think so. And we'll see here if they try and get one more out from him. And that is indeed it. As Esposito gets a hug from his head coach, and this could be the final time he departs the mound in what has been a tremendous career for the CSI starting pitcher. Looked like Esposito had some words toward the D'Youville dugout on his way off the field, but
definitely did.
That should not put a damper on what has been a tremendous career for him. And, of course, if this is the end, it didn't end how he wanted, but the Dolphins are still very much in this game, trailing by 6. We've seen what they can do at the plate. And they will hope to get some more runs in support of their starting pitcher. And as I said before, early in this game, none of the runs were earned. The book is not yet closed on Esposito, but right now his final line is 9 runs on 15 hits, 1 walk and 3 strikeouts in 5 2/3. Of the 9 runs he's been charged with, just 3 are earned. So still by, based on what we've seen for him in the past, not a great start for him in terms of earned runs, but it's just shocking to see 15 hits on the scoreboard. You don't see that often against one pitcher ever.
No.
And certainly not against one of the best Dolphins to ever put on a CSI uniform.
Yeah, absolutely, Joe. It's very shocking. And, Dolphins have had their chances to stay right with the Saints in this game, of course, but, they've been able to close it out. And there's been a lot of errors as well in this game that have to be accounted for.
Coming into the game for the Dolphins, Ryan Fiore. Fiore's pitched very well this season. ERA went up just a bit in his last outing, but entering his last appearance, he was the team leader in ERA. That being said, in terms of innings pitched, I don't believe he was yet among qualifiers, but nonetheless, he did have the lowest ERA on this Dolphins team prior to his last outing. He comes in having appeared in 9 games and has pitched to a 5.25 ERA in 12 innings. He's allowed 13 hits, 8 runs, 7 of those earned. He's walked 5 and struck out 15. Opposing batters come in hitting .271 against him. First man he will face is Dylan Crook. Crook is 0 for 3. Runner on first is Alex Simeon. He singled home a run just moments ago to make this a 9-3 game. That pitch is in for a called strike. Comes the 0-1. That's it out to left. Burkhead calls for it. And Andrew, that ball really carried.
It really did. Burkhead really had to hustle over for that one.
Fortunately for the Dolphins, Burkhead was able to run it down. He makes the catch, and the side is retired. Saints tack on one more. They lead CSI 9-3, heading to the home sixth. Home sixth inning from the CSI Baseball Complex. Dolphins trail 9-3. They will have 6, 7, and 8 due up. Santiago, Cipoletti, and Burkhead against Billy Morris, who comes out for his sixth inning of work. And overshadowed by the final start in the career of one of CSI's best pitchers, Morris has pitched very well in this game.
He has.
Especially after allowing 3 runs in the first 3 innings.
Yeah, and hasn't really been able to catch a break on the infield at times as his team's put up those 2 errors. And they had a chance at a double play that one time. Well, no, they really didn't, as Ulaj was safe. I don't think they had a chance at that. But the error, throwing it away, allowed Ulaj to move up to second. That was a little bit of a bad break there.
Morris hasn't allowed an earned run. Comes the 2-2. That's chopped to short. And it was initially bobbled, but recovering to make the throw to first just in time was Oliver.
Yeah, and that was just in time. As he, like you said, he bobbled it in the dirt a little bit, had to pick it up with the bare hand, make the throw. Simpson had to make a little bit of a stretch to make the grab over at first. And they get it done for the first out.
To Santiago's credit, he was busting out of the box. He certainly was running that one out from the start. And he's the reason that play was close, as that's hit well out to left. But Cipoletti got under it once again. And we've said that a few times over the last week. Cipoletti, with some big swings, has just gotten under the ball a bit.
Yeah. That's quick 2 up, 2 down for the Dolphins.
And that will bring Brian Burkhead to the plate. Burkhead is 0 for 2. He takes in the dirt for ball 1. And the 1-0 is swung on and missed. Comes the 1-1. That's taken for ball 2. If Burkhead can keep the inning going, Jake Meyer stands on deck. And Burkhead looks at ball 3.
Yeah, a little bit more of a battle here from Burkhead than we saw in Santiago and Cipoletti to open up the inning as they went right after it in their at-bats. Now a 3-1 count here for Burkhead.
Dolphins need base runners, and they have one, as Burkhead draws the walk, and that will bring Jake Myers to the plate.
Well, like I said, Burkhead really making a battle out of this at-bat as opposed to the first batters of the inning for the Dolphins, and it pays off for him as he's able to work the walk and keep the inning going for Myers.
2 gone in the home 6th inning. Jake Myers at the plate. He's 0 for 2. We'll look to send it back to the top of the Dolphins lineup as he takes a called strike. Comes the 0-1. And that's it out to shallow center. And the catch is made by Zimian, ranging back from second base for the final out of the inning. Dolphins get a 2-out base runner on the walk, and Burkhead is stranded. We head to the 7th. Deauville 9, Staten Island 3. Top of the 7th inning from the College of Staten Island. Dolphins trailing by 6. As Jeremy Glinsky will lead things off against Ryan Fiore. He comes to the plate for the 5th time in this game as he sends that one foul. Now, we had a good laugh during the break. Didn't catch a uniform number, but one of the Saints, at a glance, looked like the alter ego of Shendi Ulaj with the glasses, full Clark Kent mode. I don't know who that was from a distance.
It was number 25.
So 24 and 25?
Yeah, and that is the funniest part, is that he's 25 and Ulaj is 24.
So who wears number 25 for Deauville? That's Connor Bowman, who pitched yesterday. So from behind, similar hairstyle. And then when he turned around, he had the glasses. It looked like Shendi trying to pull off his best Clark Kent.
I agree.
Apparently it's not working. One away in the inning as Glinsky strikes out. I couldn't help but bring it up because it was so striking when we saw it during the commercial break. And I know Shendi goes back and watches, so he'll appreciate that. Or maybe not. We'll see. I'm sure he'll let us know. Comes the 1-0 pitch. That's it over to second. Myers has it. Throw to first in time. And Colbert is retired for out number 2.
Myers took that ball off the hop into his shoulder a little bit. But able to handle it, get the ball over to first. 2 up, 2 down for the Saints here in their side of the 7th.
And now we'll bring Ethan Hammond to the plate. Hammond yet to be retired in this game. He is 4 for 4. That's in for a strike. Comes the 0-1. That's it softly out to left, but it hangs up there for Ulaj, who makes the catch. And Shendy is indeed out there in left field, Andrew. He's not in the Saints dugout, and the side is retired. Duville goes down 1-2-3. We head to the home 7th. Dolphins trail 9-3. Home 7th from the College of Staten Island. Dolphins trail 9-3 as Michael Kehoe looks at ball 1. Top of the order due up for the Dolphins, Kehoe, Ulaj, and Martin. And that pitch misses for ball 2. There is no action in the Saints bullpen. Morris throwing pitch number 96 right here, misses badly. He's now behind on Kehoe, 3-0.
Kehoe had to duck, literally. And could have hit him right in the head.
And Kehoe takes a strike. Count runs full on Kehoe here. Morris working quickly, as did Esposito in his start. This game has had a nice pace to it. As that's hit in the air just beyond the infield. Simeon ranging back, gets turned around, and makes the catch.
What a grab there by Simeon. Off from second. Had to range back into the shallow part of right center, and he was turned around fully and just able to make the grab with the top of his glove. First out of the inning for the Dolphins.
Shendy Ulaj takes a strike. Shendy 1 for 3 in this game as he takes that pitch down and in. That pitch is fouled straight to the backstop, and the count is now 1-2. It's fought off foul. Still some very eager ball chasers today going after those foul balls.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
Particularly on the Saints side as that's grounded to third. Throw to first in time, and there are 2 away. That will bring up Thomas Martin. Martin hits one hard through the left side for a base hit. And the Dolphins have a 2-out base runner.
Well, Martin, good job able to keep the inning going there as Dolphins were quickly 2 up, 2 down. Martin comes up to the plate and smacks his first pitch and keeps the inning going with a base hit.
And that will give A.J. Vigliotti a chance. And Vigliotti slices that one foul. Vigliotti takes high. Count now 2 balls and 1 strike on the Dolphins' first baseman as Morris continues to work quickly here. And that's in for a called strike 2. And Vigliotti takes ball 3, so the count is full. And that will give Martin the chance to run on this pitch. There goes Martin as that pitch is sliced foul. Another 3-2 on its way. And again, Vigliotti fouls it off.
Great battle here, Vigliotti and Morris.
Dolphins put together a big 2-out rally early in this game. Looking for more of the same here. Vincent Weigel would be next if Vigliotti can keep the inning going. Comes another 3-2 pitch. That's tapped back toward the mound. Backhanded by Morris. Throw to first in time, and the side is retired. Dolphins get a 2-out base runner, but Martin is stranded following the base hit. And we head to the 8th. Dolphins trailing the Saints 9-3. Eighth inning from the CSI Baseball Complex. Dolphins could be down to their final 6 outs of the season if they are unable to stage a comeback. They do have 2 games remaining, but in terms of playoff contention, the Dolphins would be eliminated with a loss here today in either of the 2 games. should the Dolphins go on to lose this game. Billy Morris would likely be in line to pick up the win. He certainly is right now. And he stands at the plate with a count even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Morris 1 for 4 in this game, and that's popped up just beyond the infield. And Myers makes the catch for the first out.
Well, things looking a bit gloomy here for the Dolphins in the later stages of this game, but not over till it's over. And they have 6 outs to mount a comeback here.
Well, you said it. It is not over until it's over. And you know the Dolphins will battle until the final out with their playoff hopes on the line. As that's it out to left. Ulaj settles underneath it, and he makes the catch. As John Simpson is retired on just 1 pitch for out number 2.
The shortstop, number 1, Craig Oliver.
It starts with Fiore on the mound. Fiore's done a good job so far coming into this game. He's gotten through everybody he's faced.
He's made quick work of the Saints he's faced in this game. Hasn't allowed a hit. I don't think he's allowed a base runner. As that pitch is in for a called strike.
Pretty sure he got them down 1-2-3 in the 7th.
Got the final out in the 6th as well. As that swung on and missed for strike 2.
And he's 1 strike away from another one here. And Fiore really, like you said, making quick work on the mound since coming in to relieve Esposito.
Comes the 0-2. And that swung on and missed for strike 3. A very quick 1-2-3 inning for Ryan Fiore. You said it. He's pitched well. Dolphins will try and get him some run support when they come to bat after this break. Bottom of the 8th inning from the College of Staten Island. Dolphins down to their final 6 outs, trailing by 6. And we have a new pitcher into the game for D'Youville. Perhaps not so new as he moves over from third base to take over on the mound. Blaise Colbert, the new pitcher. And heading to third base is Billy Morris, who pitched very well for D'Youville in this game. He is in line to be the winning pitcher should the Saints hold on. He goes the first 7, does not allow an earned run, surrendered 8 base hits, and now Colbert will come in. And in 10 appearances this year, he's pitched to a 3.18 ERA. In 22 2/3, he's allowed 27 hits, but only 11 runs, and of those 11 runs allowed, just 8 have been earned. He has walked 6 and struck out 15 opposing batters, hitting .303 against him. First man he will face is Vincent Weigel. And Weigel fouls that one off his shin. Weigel is 1 for 3 at the plate. Dolphins will have 5, 6, and 7 due up. Weigel, Santiago, and Cipoletti. CSI has not scored since back in the third inning. Here's the 0-1 pitch. That's taken down and in. The rest of the way, Dolphins will have a 7-inning game against D'Youville coming up next. They then play one final 9-inning game tomorrow. Senior Day will take place ahead of tomorrow's game. We do anticipate the program getting started well ahead of first pitch to make sure that we get started on schedule as Weigel strikes out, and there's one away in the inning.
Oh, Colbert's successful there against his first batter as he sends him down swinging for the first out of the inning. That brings up Santiago to the plate.
Dolphins really haven't mustered much offensively since the first 3 innings of this game. As I said before, nothing in terms of runs, but haven't really threatened much either. Angel Santiago at the plate, ahead 1-0, and he swings and misses for strike one. And the 1-1 misses out of the zone. Here's the 2-1. Santiago may have just gotten a piece there, but that's strike two regardless. Thus far on the season, Dolphins have taken one game from each of their conference opponents and have beaten Lincoln 3 times. That's chopped to the left side, and that rolls foul. But 3-1 against Lincoln, 1-3 against Queens, 1-3 against Mercy, 1-3 against Stack, 1-3 against Malloy, and thus far, 1-1 against D'Youville, but that could, of course, change with the result of this game. Long look in here from Colbert. Here's the payoff pitch. That misses badly for ball 4.
And that goes right off the catcher there at the plate. And Dolphins will surely take advantage of that, getting their first base runner of the inning, trying to mount any comeback that they can in this one with time running out on them. Bringing Cipoletti to the plate with 1 on and 1 out.
Cipoletti 0 for 3 in this game. Bottom third of the Dolphins lineup without a hit. Combined 0 for 8. As that's fouled away. Brian Burkhead on deck reached via a walk. But that's it for the bottom third of the Dolphins lineup in this game. That's taken for ball 1. Comes the 1-1. That's chopped toward the middle. Zimian steps on second and throws to first just in time.
What a grab by Simpson, too, off the bag.
4-4-3 on the double play, and the side is retired as we head to the 9th with the Dolphins trailing 9-3. Ninth inning from the College of Staten Island. Our score, D'Youville 9, Staten Island 3. Consecutive innings without a run scored in this game. Those have been hard to come by. Prior to the 7th, we'd only gone 1 inning without a run. As one of those baseballs will find our camera if this continues.
Yeah, it was right to the right of us.
Better the camera than the Mac.
Yeah.
Or my ribs. Had to get that in one final time this year. 1-1 pitch on its way. And hit by the pitch was Nowak.
Now batting, the second baseman, number 10, Alex Zimian.
And Fiore was not happy about that. Wasn't happy with himself after that. He knew
Alex Zimian at the plate. Takes ball 1. Zimian is 3 for 4. I think the Dolphins might take exception if he were to bunt here. Not that I think he will, because that's in for a strike, but he's definitely shown a willingness to bunt. Count even at 1. That's taken for strike 2. Zimian didn't like it. Good news for Knicks fans. Jalen Brunson is officially active today. Question is Jimmy Butler active? And that's on the outside corner for a called strike 3.
And once again, Zimian did not think so.
Now batting, the center fielder.
But big out there for Fiore after hitting the previous batter with the pitch. Comes back with a strikeout for the first out of the inning.
That will bring Dylan Crook to the plate. Nowak, who was hit by the pitch to start the inning, and Crook, the only two Saints who have entered the game that do not have a hit. Meanwhile, we should make the point as well that with another game looming after this, Ryan Fiore has done a great job to spare the Dolphins in terms of pitching usage. He came on in relief of Esposito and has been incredibly efficient since entering the game. He's thrown just 27 pitches. Here he's behind 2-1.
And hit by pitch to open up the inning was the first base runner he's allowed.
Behind Crook, it's back to the top of the order. And that's lined through the right side for a base hit. Commentators jinx strikes. And the Saints have 2 on with 1 out.
Yes, it does. Just as I say that, Crook rips that right into the right on the ground into right for a base hit. First base hit that Fiore's given up.
We will blame Andrew for that one.
Yeah, I'll take full responsibility.
As D'Youville has 2 on with just 1 out. Jeremy Glinsky at the plate. Glinsky is 2 for 5. Started the game 2 for 2. And he looks at a strike. That last base hit, number 16 for D'Youville. Comes the 0-1. That's popped up. Foul territory and out of play into the seats. Fiore ahead of Glinsky here, 0-2. Long look in from the Dolphins reliever. Fiore comes set. Here's the 0-2 pitch. That missed high.
It was the longest look we've seen from Fiore. He's been working quickly since he's come out on the mound.
Pretty much every pitcher who has worked in this game has done so at a quick pace, with the exception of Colbert. That's popped up. Medium deep right field. Santiago makes the catch. Nowak tags at first, and he's into third base standing.
Now batting the pitcher, number 40, Blaze Colbert.
And Blaze Colbert will come to the plate here. Chance to give himself a bit more breathing room. His team leading by 6. We expect him to come out and pitch the 9th. Colbert is 1 for 5 at the plate thus far. And he takes a strike. You can hear it over our microphones. The wind beginning to pick up here at the CSI Baseball Complex. Blowing in now as Colbert takes ball 1. We've had the kind of weather these last few days, since the rain last weekend, that we've wanted all year.
Absolutely.
We got good weather late in the softball season as that's ripped foul. But for much of the year, we were battling some cold weather. I was battling allergens. But we've made it to the final weekend of the regular season.
We made it.
Some would say it's been a long year. I would not be one of those people. It flew for me. And that's grounded through the right side for a base hit. And the Saints tack on an insurance run. Crook goes first to third there. Definitely did not expect that off the bat. And DeUville now leads at 10-3.
Yeah, I was sneaky there by Crook as DeUville picks up their 17th hit of the game. That's incredible stuff. They have 17 hits in one game.
Hasn't been all that unusual this last week.
No, it hasn't.
Early in the week against Stack, Dolphins pitching struggled as a unit as that's grounded through the right side for another hit. And now going first to third is Colbert. Looking to advance to second on an error in the outfield is the batter Hammond. And Hammond is into second base as the Saints tack on another run. They now lead at 11-3.
Well, the Saints just keep pouring it on here in the 9th as they open this lead now to 8. That basically all but seals it.
This Saints offense not even giving us a chance to get a replay in. As you'll see out in right field, the miscue that resulted in the runner taking an extra base. And as you got a second look at that play, a pop-up behind the plate was caught by Kehoe for the final out of the inning. The Saints tack on a couple more. They now lead 11-3. Dolphins down to their final 3 outs when we come back.
The pitcher, number 4, Michael Crocco.
Dolphins down to their final 3 outs as we play in the bottom half of the 9th inning. Saints broke this game open beginning in the 4th inning. Dolphins haven't scored since the third. They trail by 8. And Michael Crocco will get an opportunity as a pinch hitter. Crocco, one of the Dolphins seniors, who will be celebrated tomorrow. Crocco with a distinction that is going to become extinct in the next year or so, as that's grounded through the right side for a base hit. And Crocco is on to lead off the 9th inning. But where I was going with that is you won't see many more 5-year seniors. You are eligible for 10 semesters in collegiate athletics, but a lot of the seniors who played during the COVID era are graduating this year. Crocco is one of those seniors who has been with the team since 2019. He's joined with that distinction by Stephen Kalika, John Esposito, and Dominic Castiglione. Anthony Cetera, the pinch hitter here, gets ahead 1-0 and then swings through that pitch. But for those who got an exemption for the COVID year, some of those players will end up being a part of their respective programs for 6 years. That's, of course, assuming they utilize all 10 semesters of eligibility. Comes the 1-2 to Anthony Cetera, and he takes outside. Now, the running joke here on Sportsnet for several years has been that I have 1 semester of eligibility left. You never know when I might come walking out of that dugout, out of that locker room. One day, I might put the headset down and say, you know what, let's give this athleting thing a shot. Nothing to say, Andrew?
No.
Those days long behind me now, but we'll try and recapture some of that during the faculty versus staff, or I should say faculty staff versus student softball game next week. We also have the football game on Thursday. So,
looking forward to partaking in my first faculty versus student softball game. Fortunately, for football game, I would have loved to, but I'll be on the other side of the country for that one.
You'll have to tune in. We'll stream it on Sportsnet.
Yeah, there you go.
Cetera walks, and Nick Campisi is the batter. He fouls that last pitch away for strike 1. Dolphins emptying the bench here in the 9th inning. Joe Solito on deck, and we would presume that there will be more pinch hitters to follow. 0-1 the count on Campisi. And that sliced the other way toward the line. Foul ball. Oh, 0-2 the count now on Campisi.
As you said earlier, wind really starting to pick up here. And really starting to make a play on the ball. You just saw that ball really drifted over the fence in foul territory.
And Campisi takes a call at strike 3. 1 away in the inning.
Now batting the pinch hitter, number 13, Joe Solito.
And Joe Solito will be the batter.
Dolphins down to their final 2 outs, 2 runners on here.
Half swing by Solito. He hits it to short. Flip to second for 1. Throw to first in time. 6-4-3 double play ends the game. And with that, the Dolphins fall to the Saints by a final score of 11-3. With the loss, the Dolphins are officially eliminated from playoff contention in their first season of eligibility for the East Coast Conference playoffs. This series now even at 1 game apiece, and these 2 teams will be right back at it in approximately 30 minutes.
Yeah, Joe, and just unfortunate. Dolphins, they had a pretty good series, or season, I should say, and they had a pretty good start to this series with a 6-5 victory yesterday. Couldn't come out on top today. D'Youville came out swinging early. They got the first 6 runs of this game within the first 2 innings. They were up 6-1 on the Dolphins after 2 innings. Esposito, he had a pretty good performance on the mound for the Dolphins. Dolphins just couldn't catch a break, it seems, in the field. They had 4 errors on the infield, and they just couldn't seem to catch a break here today, and DeUville really started to run away with it in the fourth after that 2-run double with 2 outs.
Well, the fielding miscues certainly hurt the Dolphins today, as you see on your screen. 4 errors, but it's tough to pick up a win when you surrender 18 hits and only have 9. Dolphins got off to a good start at the plate, scored 3 times in the first 3 innings, did not score again the rest of the way. They trailed 6-3 through the first 3 innings, ultimately fall by a final score of 11-3 as the Saints end the game with 5 unanswered runs. John Esposito suffers his first loss in conference play this year. He falls to 6-4, but despite what for him was a lackluster outing today, he ends what has been a tremendous career here at the College of Staten Island. Assuming we don't see him again in this series, that will go down as the final outing of his Dolphins career. Certainly will be his final start, and Esposito ends what has been a tremendous run here in 5 years at the College of Staten Island. We saw his head coach, Mike Morrow, give him a hug as he departed the mound for what will likely be the final time as a Dolphin, and credit to him for a job well done throughout his career and this season. You have to think he is going to receive some accolades from the East Coast Conference when the season concludes as well. Could also be in the running for a CSI Athletics Departmental Award. A lot for Esposito to be proud of from his career here at the College of Staten Island. But we do still have more baseball to be played here today. 2 games left on the schedule. Though the Dolphins have been eliminated from the postseason, they will take on the Saints in Game 3 of this 4-game weekend series coming up next here on CSI Sportsnet. I will be joined on the call for that game by Nick Bavona. Until then, this has been Joe Foreman, and for my color commentary partner, Andrew Rotundo, and all of us here at the College of Staten Island, we thank you for watching. Our final score in Game 1, DeUville 11, Staten Island 3. More East Coast Conference baseball coming up on CSI Sportsnet. From the CSI Baseball Complex on the campus of the College of Staten Island, CSI Sportsnet is back for coverage of Game 2 in today's East Coast Conference doubleheader between the College of Staten Island Dolphins and the DeUville University Saints. Christian Rice gets the start for the Dolphins here in Game 2. Following an 11-3 loss in Game 1. With that defeat, the Dolphins were eliminated from postseason contention. But, Nick, the Dolphins still have 2 games left on the schedule and an opportunity to take the season series from the Saints.
It's a tough way that Game 1 ended for CSI. Obviously, losing that game, now officially eliminated from postseason contention. But, as you said, Joe, there's still 2 games left on the season. So the Dolphins would like to go out on a high note, get those 2 wins, and at least end the season strong. Senior Day obviously also is tomorrow, so it'll be an emotional day tomorrow as well for the Dolphins. Overall, CSI just got to focus on trying to get these final 2 wins to end the season with a more positive note.
As I already mentioned, Christian Rice on the mound for the Dolphins in this game. The lineup he will face for the Saints, 1 through 9, Glinsky, Colbert, Hammond, Morris, Simpson, Oliver, Nowak, Zimian, Crook. Those are the regulars we've seen in the lineup for the Saints. Each of the last 2 days, not much has changed in terms of their starting lineup as Jeremy Glinsky steps into the box to lead off the game. And Glinsky takes inside, and he was hit by the pitch. That caught some jersey.
A unusual start to this game, Joe, as Christian Rice hits him on the first pitch of the game. And an early base runner for the Saints.
That will bring up Blaze Colbert. Colbert was 2 for 6 in Game 1. Glinsky over at first base was 2 for 6 in Game 1. All but one Saints player who entered the game had a hit.
A overall great effort from the Saints. We saw in yesterday's game, very patient at the plate. They were very aggressive early on in the game against John Esposito, and they got 18 hits overall for that game, and it showed why with that big win over the Dolphins.
After this next pitch, we'll get you the season numbers for Christian Rice very quickly, as the 2-0 skips in for ball 3. Rice has appeared in 9 games, including 8 starts. He's pitched to a 3-4 record with a 4.7 ERA. In 46 innings, he's allowed 56 hits, 36 runs, 24 of those earned. He's walked 28 and struck out 51. Opposing batters hitting .306 against him as that gets away and rolls toward the backstop First two runners are on base now for the Saints. Nobody out.
And a very dishonest start for Rice. He has not had a single strike through his first 5 pitches. A four-pitch walk there, hit by pitch on the first bat. Not a good start for him. Could use a double play ball here.
Rice averaging between 4 and 5 walks per 9 innings. That's a number that he would love to see come down next year as he'll return for his sophomore campaign with the Dolphins. It's been a good freshman season for him. Got off to a very strong start. Still has kept that ERA under 5, but the walks have been a problem for him. And he still is yet to throw a strike. Some unusual noises coming from that Saints dugout.
They are very happy after winning Game 1 of this doubleheader.
And that's it for the first strike of the game now. As the Saints, I might expect some maybe dog bark noises. These sound more like bird calls.
You would expect that. That's true.
One could say they have that dog in them, Nick.
They do have that dog in them.
So those chants might be able to fool you as that finds the zone for strike 2.
Rice now with 2 straight strikes. One away here from getting the first out of the inning.
At the plate is Ethan Hammond. He was 4 for 6, make it 5 for 6 in Game 1 with 4 RBIs, 3 runs scored, and he takes ball 3.
Hammond won the team leaders in batting average coming into the series. He's a very patient hitter, and you see it in this count now. He's up count 3-2, but a 5-hit performance in Game 1. He's a really big part of this Saints offense.
What is going on in that dugout? As that is on the outside corner for strike 3 call. Throw to third, not in time, as both runners were going on that pitch. And Glinski just got in ahead of the tag at third.
I'm not sure what's going on in the dugout, Joe, but I do know that there's a double steal for the Saints there. So now they have second and third with 1 away. Rice does get the first out of the inning with that strikeout.
2 in scoring position, 1 out. Billy Morris at the plate, and he looks at a strike. Morris 1 for 6 in Game 1. He was the winning pitcher. 7 innings, and officially he was charged with 2 earned runs. As upon replay review, A.J. Vigliotti was given a triple for that ball he hit to right field. Initially, we thought it hit off the glove of Glinski in right. But upon review of the replay, looked like he may have had to reach a bit on the backhand, so that was overturned to a triple as Morris is hit right on the numbers. His dugout loves it.
I'm not sure if they love it or they
love
just... Well, love it in the fact that he gets on base, but maybe more of chirping towards the opposing pitcher.
He did blow them a kiss on his way to first base, so...
I wish you didn't mention that.
It was a chef's kiss.
You maybe should have kept that for yourself.
Need to paint a full picture of what's going on down on the field as that ball is crushed out to left field. But Simpson just got under it. Ulaj has room. He makes the catch. And 1 run will come in to score on a sacrifice fly.
A loud out number 2 there for the Saints. And you said Simpson just missed on that one. Does get the runner home from third, and the Saints are on the board early, 1-0.
Nick, I thought he had it when he swung the bat.
I thought he did too.
I think it got in on his hands. I think that's where he missed it. Rice got that pitch inside just enough.
You talked about Vigliotti. I thought he also had a home run in Game 1.
So did I.
Just missing off that wall.
Late in Game 1, the wind began to blow in. That definitely not helping out these hitters. As once again, Rice nearly hit Craig Oliver with that pitch, and then Castiglione, returning the ball, nearly threw it over Rice's head.
Rice looking to find the strike zone here.
There's a big swing and a miss by Oliver for strike 1.
So Oliver in Game 1 had himself an RBI hit as well. Had himself a nice day at the plate. try and bring home a run here with 2 away.
In Game 1, he was 3 for 5 with 3 runs batted in. That's fouled away, and I said it at the time during the first game. That double that he had with 2 outs that brought in 2 runs, I think, was the biggest hit of the game.
It really, in a sense, it kind of demoralized the Dolphins from there on. The bats really weren't there for CSI as the game went on, and Oliver's hit definitely did not help as that increased the Saints' lead at the time, and they were able to hold on for the win.
Count on Oliver here, 1 ball and 2 strikes. That's dribbled toward the middle. Handled it short. And the throw to first is in time from Cipoletti to retire the side. But the Saints get on the board in the first inning for the second consecutive game. They lead CSI 1-0.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials, live music, and the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dine-in order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Home first inning from the CSI Baseball Complex. Dolphins trail by a run early. Dolphins will face Rob Stevens in this game as Michael Kehoe lays down a bunt. It's a good one, but it rolls foul.
How about that, Joey? Bunt on the first pitch for the Dolphins there. We don't really see that often.
No, you don't. And Colbert did the only thing he could. He let it roll foul. As if that ball stays fair, there's no question it goes for a base hit.
It was a well-executed bunt. Just went foul at the last second. Oh, no.
And Kehoe is hit on the helmet by that pitch. He appears unfazed, and he will take first base.
Kehoe will get on first nonetheless. After that foul ball on the previous pitch. Now Shendi Ulaj coming up with a runner on.
We'll get you the numbers on Rob Stevens this year following this next pitch. This is his 9th appearance, all starts. He's pitched to a 5.5 ERA in 37 2/3. He's allowed 41 hits, 28 runs. 23 of those earned. He's walked 30 and struck out 28. So he has had command issues throughout the season.
The Dolphins will look to take advantage of that in this game. But early on, they're being very aggressive, Joe. So we'll have to see if they continue to be aggressive as this game goes on.
Well, the Dolphins didn't force Billy Morris to throw many pitches in Game 1. As that's chopped to short, could be 2. Throw to second for 1. Turn and throw to first in time for the 6-4-3 double play.
Nice job and a turn for the Saints there. Now 2 quick outs And it'll be up to Thomas Martin to keep the inning going for CSI.
Morris to Oliver to Simpson on the double play as Saints reconfigure their infield just a bit as Morris got the Game 1 start on the mound. He gets started shortstop here in Game 2. Alex Simeon, who started on the infield in Game 1, is designated hitter in this game. And the 1-0 to Thomas Martin is hit hard on the ground to second. But Oliver made that play look easy, and Martin is retired for the final out of the inning. Stevens faces the minimum in the first, and we head to the second, with D'Youville leading Staten Island 1-0.
Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends. Live sports and watch parties. To Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
Second inning from the CSI Baseball Complex. Christian Rice back to the mound for the Dolphins. He allowed a run in the first inning without surrendering a hit. Rob Stevens faced the minimum in the bottom half of the first after a double play. And now Rice will face Hunter Nowak with the count even at 1-1.
You talked about Rice did a good job of getting out of that inning, only giving up that one run. Had gotten himself into trouble. At one point, bases were loaded, but only gave up the sac fly.
Rice has had some command issues early in this game. Missed with his first 5 pitches, is now behind 3-1, and that last pitch wasn't close.
We saw that game against Stack. He also had command issues in that one.
That misses high for ball 4. The Saints have come into the CSI Baseball Complex these last couple of days and have been very patient at the plate. Early in Game 1, they were in attack mode, and then their approach later in that game seemed to change a bit once they got the lead. Alex Simeon showing bunt, pulls back, and takes a strike. Simeon didn't like it.
Weigel was creeping in. He's ready to make a play on a potential bunt again here from Simeon.
Weigel was very busy in Game 1. That misses outside. Comes the 1-1. And we'll have to wait. Pickoff attempt As they check on Nowak over at first. And there's a good stop by Castiglione. Full extension there to reel that one in.
You just see it early on. Rice just hasn't been able to get strikes thrown. He needs to figure out something. Also, it could be a very quick day for him.
Nowak over at first with 4 stolen bases on the year. There's a big swing and a miss by Zimian for strike 2.
And that's one way of doing it. If he gets another swing and a miss there, he'll get a nice out number 1 on the strikeout.
Well, we've seen it. Rice does have swing and miss stuff. It's a matter of commanding his pitches. When he's thrown strikes, he's been successful. Comes the 2-2. And there's a swing and a miss for strike 3.
That's a good way of bouncing back right there for Rice. Gets the strikeout there to record the first out of the inning.
Well, he got Zimian to chase that one. Haven't seen much of that over the last couple of days from the Saints. And now Dylan Crook will be the batter. You also touched on it, Nick. Rice was pitching really well against Stack and then hit a wall in the 5th inning. Didn't get through the inning. And from there, that game completely turned. As that's bunted toward the mound, Rice has it. Throw into the runner, pulled in by Martin. And that was awfully close to becoming a disaster for the Dolphins.
That could have been a potential injury right there. Martin just got out of the way in time with that snag at first. And the Dolphins get the second out of the inning.
That wasn't even what I was thinking. If that ball hits the runner and gets away,
that could have been.
That's big trouble.
Right.
Martin looked like his glove was the only part of him in the way. I thought so anyway. But still, you can easily have an injury if a base runner runs through your arm at first base. Jeremy Glinsky, now the batter, looks at a strike.
Back to the top of the order for the Saints here. Glinsky's got an RBI chance as D'Youville looking for their first hit of the game.
Glinsky was hit by a pitch his first time up. And he lines one straight to first as Martin makes the catch on the backhand for the final out of the inning. Still no hits for D'Youville. They strand 1 on base. We head to the home second. Saints over the Dolphins, 1-0.
NCAA Division II Community Engagement is an initiative at all 25 national championships because student-athletes want to give back while competing for a national title. Over the course of the year, Division II student-athletes have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression in local communities throughout the country. Whether Division II student-athletes are volunteering at hospitals, schools, after-school care programs, foster homes, or retirement villages, they make a difference in the lives of others. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
And we're back for the bottom half of the second inning from the CSI Baseball Complex. D'Youville leads CSI by a score of 1-0. Keep in mind, this game 2 of a doubleheader is only 7 innings. Saints took the win in the 9-inning game 1. Final score 11-3. Dolphins will send 4, 5, and 6 to the plate here in the second.
Leading off for the Dolphins, the designated hitter, number 44, A.J. Vigliotti.
A.J. Vigliotti looking to get the first hit of this game, Joe. As he'll lead off the inning for CSI here.
Saints have had several base runners already. It's kind of hard to believe. They've sent 10 batters to the plate. They have 4 official at-bats in this game. You don't see that very often.
Unusual start to the game.
Very unusual looking at this line score right now as Vigliotti takes a ball.
To be fair, we also had a very unusual game 1 with all those errors that led to a lot of unearned runs.
We saw quite a few things that we haven't seen much in Game 1. One of them being the errors is...
That was not a good groan from the crowd.
No, someone's windshield was likely just destroyed.
Oh, no.
Oh, no is right. We'll check it between innings. As that pitch misses down and away.
You never like to hear a groan from the crowd in front of you when they're looking towards the parking lot.
No.
It's not a good sign.
And that was as audible as we've ever heard. Now, that may have been the sound the ball made, or maybe they saw something. Either way, it did not sound good.
I'll tell you this. I didn't hear any glass break, so maybe that's okay, but who knows?
That's hitting the air down the right field line. Who's going to get it? No one. Foul ball.
Gives AJ another chance here on 3-2. They'll try to make the Saints defense pay there and try to get on base.
Count is full on Vigliotti. 3 balls and 2 strikes as he leads off here in the second inning. Comes the payoff pitch. That's chopped foul.
After a very quick inning for Stevens in the first inning, Vigliotti forcing a long at bat here. Another 3-2 pitch coming up.
And that's it out to right, slicing toward the line. And that ball is fair in the right field corner. Nice job out there in right field by Nowak to hold Vigliotti to a single.
Definitely saved an extra base hit right there. Vigliotti forced the at bat at 3-2, able to get that one down the right field line for a leadoff single for the Dolphins.
Leadoff man on for CSI here in the second. First hit of the game for either team, and Vincent Weigel will be the batter. Top 5 in the Dolphins lineup, identical to Game 1. Behind Weigel, John Castiglione, who gets the start behind the plate. Nick Cipoletti, who also played in Game 1. Anthony Cetera gets the start at second base. Michael Crocco gets the start in right field. As Weigel looks to strike.
Weigel showing bunt on that one. We saw that in yesterday's game when Vigliotti reached first. Let's see if he does it again here.
That pitch misses badly. Two balls and 1 strike, the count on the Dolphins' third baseman. Stevens comes set, and that's grounded through the left side for a base hit. Let this man swing, Nick.
Let him swing. That's why he's batting 5th in the order, Joe.
Weigel on with the second consecutive Dolphins hit. And Nick Cipoletti will hand John Castiglione, or at least it appeared he would hand Castiglione a bat, but he was just retrieving the bat left behind by Weigel, as Castiglione will step into the box.
So after no hits throughout the first inning and then the top of the second, now 2 straight for the Dolphins here. Can they bring home the first run for them and tie this game?
2 on, nobody out. And that's grounded down the line for a base hit. Vigliotti will come in to score. Weigel's headed to third as the ball is bobbled in left. And that will allow Castiglione to slide into second base with an RBI double.
Nice job right there from Castiglione to drive it down the third base line. The error does prevent from corners being on for the Dolphins, and it helps them as they now have second and third, nobody out, and now the game is tied at 1.
Castiglione got to second base and dropped the hammer. Don't know if you saw that, Nick.
I did see that. That's usually what the Dolphins do when they have a double or something like that, an extra base hit. That's usually their celebration for it.
They've done that all year?
They've done that all year.
How have I not noticed?
I don't know, Joe.
I'm losing it. As that's it out to right. And the catch is made by Nowak, but that will bring home the go-ahead run. It's a sacrifice fly for Nick Cipoletti, and the Dolphins take a 2-1 lead.
Cipoletti driving that one into right field. We saw in Game 1, he had a couple of swings where on contact it looked like it was going to be a hit. Fortunately, it didn't go his way. This one, the same situation in which it didn't go his way overall for getting a hit, but does bring home the go-ahead run to give CSI now a 2-1 lead.
Anthony Sotera will be the batter. And the Saints will bring the infield in here. Infield in all around. One out here in the home second. Here's the 1-0 pitch. That's inside.
We saw Sotera pinch hit in the later game of game number 1. In the bottom of the ninth inning, now getting the start here in game 2.
And that's chopped to short. That took a weird hop on Morris, but he stays with it and throws out Sotera for the second out.
Well, we talk about it all the time, Joe, with the infield. It does take some weird bounces when you have a ground ball hit to you. And on that one, Morris had to take the tough hop, but was still able to make the throw and also did a good job of checking the runner at third to prevent a third run coming in from CSI. It'll be up to Michael Crocco now to try to bring him home.
Crocco had a base hit late in game 1. Got an at-bat in the ninth inning, led off with a single. Base hit here would give the Dolphins a 2-run lead. And that's lined into right field and down for a base hit. Crocco has his second hit of the day. And Castiglione will score the third Dolphins run as CSI takes a 3-1 lead.
Nice job by Crocco there to hit that one into right field. No chance for Nowak there to make the play. And now a 3-1 lead for CSI on their fourth hit of the inning.
And that will prompt a conversation at the mound between Glinsky and Stevens. Dolphins in the inning have scored 3 times. That's in the dirt for ball 1. And Kehoe takes ball 2, so Stevens has now missed 2 straight here. And those weren't close.
You got to think about how the inning started for CSI, with Vigliotti taking that long at bat and getting a single.
That's hit softly the other way, falling fast, but it hangs up there long enough. And the catch is made out in right field by Nowak to retire the side. But not before the Dolphins pick up their first 4 base hits of the game and score 3 runs. They now lead Dieuville 3-1 heading to the third.
My dad was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. I could sit in the book bag, like facing backwards and with like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back. And my dad was like, "We have a prodigy." So he put me into soccer and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do, be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
Dolphins take the lead into the third inning here at the CSI Baseball Complex. Our score 3-1. And Christian Rice opens the third inning with a strike to Blaze Colbert. Colbert walked his first time up. And he takes low.
3 spot for CSI in that bottom of the second on 4 hits and the 1 error from the Saints. See if Rice can maintain that lead as the game goes on.
Well, that error cost the Saints a run, as Castiglione was definitely going to stop at first base were that ball not bobbled out in left field. And by Castiglione advancing, he was able to score on a base hit from second. Should not have been able to do so. Count now 2 balls and 2 strikes on Colbert. That's taken for ball 3.
Colbert thought about that one. Able to hold up there, and now works the count full at 3-2.
And Colbert will draw the walk. I was taking a look back at the previous half inning just to see if Castiglione advanced to third on that sacrifice fly. He did. So he definitely would not have advanced to second on a sacrifice fly to right field. So he still should have been on first base when he was ultimately driven in by Crocco. So 2 earned runs allowed in the inning by Stevens, the third unearned, as that pitch is taken for a strike by Ethan Hammond.
Hammond now representing the tying run at the plate for the Saints here, with a runner on and no one out.
Rice still yet to allow a hit. Has hit a batter and walked 3. When Rice throws strikes, he's pretty much in control just about any time he's out there. A lot of the hits come when he falls behind in the count. Hitters have not really had many opportunities to make good contact against him. He's behind again here, 2-1.
So the first 7 pitches of the game was not able to throw a strike. Started to get into a little bit of a rhythm as the end of the first inning happened. Needs a strike here to try to even the count.
That pitch misses outside for ball 3. So after being handed a 2-run lead, Rice is now in danger of issuing his second consecutive walk to open the third inning.
That could bring the go-ahead run at the plate for the Saints if that were to happen.
Middle of the order coming up, and Hammond draws the walk.
Command issues are certainly playing a factor for Rice in this game. Now the go-ahead run at the plate for D'Youville here, and it's going to be Billy Morris.
I don't know if you caught that, Nick, but Rice took a long look in toward home plate after that pitch, and it looked like the umpire signaled to him where he missed. Either that or he signaled by this much. If you can look over at me, it looked like he went like this.
Right.
For those who can't see us here in the booth, obviously, it looked like he was signaling that he barely missed with his hand.
Well, we saw what happened in yesterday's game with a lot of questionable strike zone calls, but
I think typically when both teams are very unhappy, something is off. Typically. That's not always the case, but most of the time, if both teams aren't happy, then there's something going wrong somewhere.
Right.
Rice ahead here, 0-2 on Billy Morris. Looking for a big first out. And Morris barely stays alive.
You see Martin over there at first. Now, kind of towards the bag, but playing in a little bit on this defensive alignment.
Doubt Morris would bunt with 2 strikes, but Martin's creeping in here. So that's taken low.
You can see the frustration from Rice right there, Joe. He thought that was strike 3.
Count now 1-2. Rice still in control of the at-bat here. And that misses badly.
Good stop, though, but Castiglione there saving the runners from advancing and keeping them where they currently are. Now the count going to 2-2.
Something I like to highlight is how many of a pitcher's pitches are competitive. At the very least, enticing the batters to perhaps swing. And a pitch like that, not close. You won't get many swings at that one, as that pitch is fouled away. But when you're struggling with command, at the very least, you'd like to make sure that you're competitive on each and every pitch and then go from there. If you're just missing or the eye of the batter is just that good, you tip your cap and move on. But you obviously don't want to be bouncing pitches in the opposite batter's box. At least not outside of an 0-2 count. And the count now is full.
And Morris has also fouled off a couple of pitches to make this at bat even more frustrating for Rice. Now full of 3-2. Really could use a strike 3 here.
Runners going. And that's it out to center. The runners will have to head back. Catch is made by Kehoe. The runners jog back. And there's one away.
I was going to ask Joe, too, on that play. Would they run potentially on that 3-2 count? Obviously they do, but the Dolphins get the first out as Kehoe is able to track that one down.
Trailing by 2, I would have been inclined to say no, because if Morris strikes out, there's a good chance you're thrown out at third.
Well, we saw in yesterday's game, that's what also cost D'Youville a couple of thrown outs on stolen base attempts from Michael Kehoe at second base. And you could make the case that's why D'Youville, at the end of the day, lost that game in the way they did, 6-5.
I'm not sure if this is his natural swing, but I don't think anyone in the Saints lineup has a bigger swing than John Simpson. Because he's come up to the plate several times, taking some big cuts. Just missed last game. I thought he had a grand slam. Or was that earlier this game? It's been a long day. Was that earlier this game?
Earlier this game.
Well, actually, he's without an official at bat, so he had the sacrifice fly.
Yes.
Okay. There's another big cut by Simpson, who's behind 1-2.
You're right. He hit it into left field, and we thought off the bat that could be a home run, but we said it was kind of in on his hands. That's what prevented it from being a grand slam potentially.
Well, I appreciate you saying we, because it wasn't close. It got just inside enough. But the way he's been swinging, not sure you can blame me for thinking it had a chance.
We commentators have to stick together.
There's a swing and a miss for strike 3. And Simpson gives himself a tap on the helmet with his bat after that swing and miss.
I think he's frustrated with how the second swinging strike was for him as he chased that one to put himself in that position. Because he strikes out, now there's 2 away.
After putting the first 2 batters on, Rice is now an out away from escaping with a 2-run lead. Craig Oliver is the batter. He had a big 2 RBI hit in Game 1, and he looks at that pitch out of the zone.
Good look at Vincent Weigel. As the pitch was being delivered, Joe, was creeping in on third base.
We've seen the Saints utilize the bunt quite a bit these last couple of days. I'd be very surprised if they bunt here. So that swung on and missed.
I certainly would be stunned if they did that.
Count even at 1. And Oliver swings and misses for strike 2. And that's what I was talking about, Nick. When Rice has been in and around the strike zone, he has that swing and miss stuff.
You like the confidence in Rice as this game's going on. Couldn't find the strike zone earlier, but now is starting to get a couple of swinging strikes. Could look for one more right here to get out of the inning.
Long look towards second by Rice. He checks over his shoulder again and steps off. Can't imagine they would send the runners here. The way Oliver swung the bat in Game 1, you don't want to risk taking the bat out of his hands in this spot. 3 hits, 3 RBIs. Here's the 1-2. That misses outside.
Trying to get him to chase on that one. Now count go to 2-2. Oliver trying to get on and make this a potential 1-run game.
Saints have been very disciplined at the plate for much of their 3 games against CSI. And the 2-2 just missed.
And again, Rice thought that was strike 3. He's walking towards the CSI dugout.
He gets some encouragement from his head coach, Mike Morrow. Big pitch here for Rice. Walk would load the bases. There they go. And that is on the inside corner for a called strike 3. Oliver can't believe it. He was on his way to first base, and he goes down looking to retire the side. Rice strands 2 on for the Saints as we head to the home third inning. Dolphins leading 3-1.
Wayne State Medical School has been my dream medical school since I was 5. Athletics are important, but so is service, so is research, so is becoming a better person. And we expect you to do well athletically, but don't forget the reason you're here, which is to give back to your community and to get good grades. It was my sophomore indoor season. It was the first year with our new head coach. And he comes in and he's like, we could be a national contending team if you guys work hard. And I heard him and I was like, well, I want to be a national champion. I want to be an All-American. And I bought in because he bought into our team. And I qualified to go to indoor nationals. I decided I wanted it, so I went and grabbed it.
Shendi Ulaj will lead things off for the Dolphins here in the bottom half of the third. CSI with a 3-1 lead. Now, Nick, I have 3 words after the conclusion of that last half inning. Do you know what those words are? Technically, it might be 2 words.
I don't think I know.
Makeup call?
Okay.
As Ulaj smacks one out to left center, but waiting. And there to make the catch was Crook for out number 1.
I was going to say, on that third pitch strike, it kind of looks similar to the pitch that led to ball 3, in which Rice was walking towards the dugout, and he threw kind of similar pitch on that one, on that strike 3 call to end the inning. So I can understand the frustration from the Saints dugout because they thought it was the exact same thing as well.
Well, the previous pitch was a breaking ball, front door breaking ball on that inside corner that was called a ball. The strike 3 pitch looked to be a fastball.
Right.
That may have been the difference, but you're right, a similar spot. As Martin hits one sharply on the ground through the left side for a base hit. And Martin stays red hot as once again the ball is misplayed in the outfield, and Martin will take second.
That took a weird bounce in the outfield, Joe, that led to that error.
Dolphins have a runner in scoring position here with just 1 out. And A.J. Vigliotti will be the batter.
And now Vigliotti looking to bring home Martin from second to increase the Dolphin lead to 4-1.
Dolphins scored their 3 runs, due in large part to 3 straight hits back in the second inning. And Vigliotti had the first of those 3 hits. He's 1 for 1. Chance here to make this a 3-run game with a base hit, should Martin score from second. And the 1-0 misses in the dirt.
Last time up, Vigliotti had a long at bat. Was able to get a single down the right field line. Almost had extra bases, but Nowak, the right fielder, prevented that from happening.
And the 2-0 misses for ball 3. Comes the 3-0. That skips in for ball 4.
Didn't look like he wanted to pitch to him at all on that bat. Does now give the Saints a double play opportunity here as Vincent Weigel comes up.
Double play in order. Force at any base. And Vincent Weigel will be the batter. Weigel shows bunt and bunts it foul. So Weigel once again being asked to bunt. This would be the third time in the last 2 days.
You spoke about it. You can't really take the bat out of him or bat away from him. So let's see if he now starts to swing here, being down the count 0-1.
Weigel will look to bunt again and bunts it foul. Time granted behind home plate.
Now, Joe, that was a ball. So the runners advance, I think.
He didn't make contact with that ball?
Apparently he did not.
Wow.
I thought for sure he did. But they weren't signaling the runners to go back to their original bases. So now the Dolphins have second and third.
I thought I heard the ball hit his bat. Apparently not. So Weigel takes ball 2. He did not make contact on that bunt attempt. And now the Dolphins have 2 in scoring position with 1 out. Weigel escapes being asked to bunt again and will get to swing. Will he make it 3 for 3? It looks like he will, as that is hit to deep left field. That's down in the corner for an extra base hit. Martin in to score. Vigliotti about 2 steps behind him, and Vincent Weigel is into second base standing with a 2 RBI double.
Dolphins got a gift on that bunt attempt where we thought it was strike 2, but it was called the ball, and because of that, it allowed 2 runners to get in score position for CSI, and Weigel brings them home with a big 2-run double. CSI now leads at 5-1.
Weigel has been asked to bunt 3 times in the last 24 hours, and each time he's found himself in a situation where he had to swing, and all 3 at-bats he has come through with a hit. If I'm not mistaken, 2 of those hits were RBI hits.
I believe you're right.
The Dolphins out to a 4-run lead here. And they'll send John Castiglione to the plate.
Mound visit for the Saints here. Saints do have some action up in their bullpen.
We also have some very vocal spectators.
I was trying to ignore it, but
I think they were clamoring that the Saints were getting a lot of time to warm somebody up, and that we need to keep this game moving.
Well, there is a very important game that is just about to be happening right now.
I'm trying to get a feed, and it's not working. So I'm very disappointed. Need to take in my Knicks. I think we got it. All right, we're good to go.
And Castiglione now, he gets hit by the pitch. Now the Dolphins will have first and second.
2 on, 1 out once again for the Dolphins. And Nick Cipoletti will be the batter.
Number 2, Nick Cipoletti.
Cipoletti without an official at-bat in this game, as that's chopped to second. They get 1, and they get 2. Double play. 4-6-3 to bring the third inning to a close. And just like that, the Dolphins strand 2 on base. However, they score twice and now lead it by 4. Staten Island 5, D'Youville 1, heading to the 4th.
If I lose, I'll respond with respect.
If I win, I'll back it up with humility.
If I fail, I'll rise up with honor.
It's tough for us to put it all on the line.
Don't undo my hard work with poor sportsmanship.
Respect. It's the name of the game.
Top of the fourth inning from the College of Staten Island. Dolphins extend their lead to 5-1 in the previous half inning, as Christian Rice is back to the mound working on a one-run performance. That run came back in the first. Has had to work around 4 walks, but has done a good job as that's grounded through the middle for a hit. And Nick, I didn't want to say he hasn't allowed a hit. And as I thought about it, that hit is dribbled through the middle.
I thought that's where you were going with it for a hot second. I was going to say, no, Joe, no.
Can't blame you for that one.
Cannot blame you for that. No
And
commentators
that's exactly why.
No commentators jinx there.
I was thinking it, and the words almost left my mouth. I didn't say it, and it was too late, as that pitch misses outside. First hit of the game for D'Youville belongs to Hunter Nowak. He's on to lead off the fourth. Alex Simeon at the plate here. He's 0 for 1. Dylan Crook on deck, and Simeon swings and misses for a strike.
Sounded like he got a little bit of a piece on that one. As he foul tipped it into the glove for the first strike.
Comes the 1-1. There's a good off-speed pitch by Rice. One and two the count on the Saints' designated hitter. Rice will check on the runner at first. Here's the 1-2. That misses up and away.
Joe, we have to keep talking about our strategy for this upcoming weekend for Tuesday and Thursday. 2 big faculty and staff games against the students here at CSI.
Let's talk about what our entrance is going to look like, because I think we're going to be a lot more style than substance. So if we know that going in, then we need to make sure it's a grand entrance.
Now, question for you. Have you seen the video as of late? There was a viral video of the Bloodline entrance being done by teachers at a pep rally.
I've not seen it.
All right, I'll have to show it to you after this game. They did the whole entrance and everything. They had the title belt. They did the throw the ones up to the sky. It was really, really good.
The authentic title belts or the toy ones?
No, they made a title belt. They made their own title belt.
Oh. Well, we have the $25 toy title belt.
There's nothing wrong with that.
One day we'll have the official gold belt, but we got to wait until they go on sale. We don't pay $300 for a belt.
No.
I'd love to have it, but not that much.
No.
3-2 the count on Simeon. Runner going from first. That's Nowak, as that's hit in the air on the infield. Cipoletti makes the catch. Nowak hurries back to first, and there's one out.
Another hit and run try there for the Saints. Did not work there, as Nowak had to go back to first. Now there's one away.
That will bring Dylan Crook to the plate. He's without an official at-bat in this game. Rice has thrown 70 pitches thus far. That's in for a strike.
Joe, all I can say is let's just make sure there's a lot of ice for next week.
We need ice.
Yep.
I'm probably going to need an ankle brace or support on hand just in case. You never know.
Obviously food for after.
Food will be there.
Yep.
Sal has that covered. I think sunscreen for me for sure.
You saw my hat line. I definitely need it too.
Yes, we do have our Bloodline apparel. We have hats.
Well,
we have belts.
We have hats.
You and I do.
Yeah. Certain other two.
The cool members of the crew have their apparel game in order.
I've had this prepared since December for this moment.
Been waiting a long time. As long as we keep the win streak alive. My streak of consecutive faculty staff games won is longer than Roman Reigns' title reign.
And we're going to keep it that way on Tuesday and Thursday.
I haven't lost a faculty staff game since the first one I played in, which I would believe is in likely the spring of 2018 or the fall of 2017. I want to say spring 18. Or excuse me, spring 17. Spring 17. As that's grounded off of Rice, who knocks it down and throws to first.
You have to see now if Rice is okay. That was a very hard shot up the middle. He is down in some pain.
That caught him pretty good. Question is where? And I think he might need some ice.
I'm not going to comment about that one, Joe.
You started it.
I did start it. I'll give you that. Try to see if I can get a good look.
Wouldn't it be something if our trainer charged onto the field with a bunch of ice packs?
They're going to need that for Tuesday.
I'll make sure they save some for you.
We needed that. We needed that last year. Looks like it caught him.
You needed that last year.
I did. That's what I said. I needed that last year.
Well, I can tell you by the way he's walking back to the mound, he needs ice.
Here's a quick replay. It looks like it hits him. It looked like it hit the kneecap.
What do you think?
I think right at the kneecap is where it hit, but I couldn't really tell. It was such a quick reaction to when he was trying to protect himself that he tried to get the glove down to prevent him getting hit, but the way the ball was hit, he had no chance.
Rice will stay in the game, just threw a warm-up pitch or two. He's good to go. I can tell you really felt for him in that spot, Nick.
I did.
That pitch misses for ball one to Jeremy Glinsky. Back to the top of the order for the Saints. Glinsky officially 0 for 1 at the plate. Was hit by a pitch back in the first. He takes out of the zone for ball two.
I usually enjoy all of our post-game meals after these games, but that day, not so much.
No.
Not so much.
No. Comes the 2-0. I'll have a post-game road trip today. Off to Long Island. Family gathering tomorrow, so that will make this my final broadcast of the season. Year 7 in the books. Year 8 began, I would say, probably 3 or 4 months ago, though my first broadcast came in March of 2016, early in the baseball season that year, maybe at the midway point. I can tell you exactly what game it was. It was baseball against William Patterson in 2016 here at the CSI Baseball Complex. But I started working here at CSI on the game day staff in, I believe, December of 15, January of 16. As that ball's hit hard, but right at Kehoe in center field. He barely has to move. He makes the catch, and Glinsky is retired for the final out of the inning. Once again, the Saints strand one. They trail 5-1, headed to the home fourth.
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create. And the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
Home fourth inning from the CSI Baseball Complex. Dolphins maintain a 4-run lead as Anthony Sotera looks at ball one. They're still throwing down in the Saints bullpen as Sotera lines one straight to second where Oliver makes the catch.
Nice shot by Oliver there to track down that line drive to get the first out of the inning.
Ryan McCarthy getting warm down in the Saints bullpen. He's appeared in 14 games this year. That's third on this Deauville roster. And could see him in this game at some point, though. Stevens has kept his pitch count fairly low. That last pitch was just number 48 for him.
A good thing to see, Joe. Also, no action in the Dolphin bullpen, so seems like Christian Rice is okay, and it looks like he will come out for the fifth inning.
That's chopped to first. That was played awkwardly by Simpson, who flips to Stevens for the out.
Now 2 away here. Michael Keogh will come up, try to keep the inning going for CSI. There's 2 quick outs recorded by the Saints.
Kehoe 0 for 1 in the game. Have the Dolphins gone down 1-2-3? I know Stevens faced the minimum in the first, but I don't think the Dolphins have gone down 1-2-3 yet.
I don't think they have. And they don't plan on it anytime soon, Joe.
Looks like the Knicks don't plan on playing defense anytime soon either.
Or offense.
Yeah, both. You're right. They're off to a not-so-good start right now for all of our Knick fans. And if you've chosen to stay tuned in here over watching the Knick game on your television, we salute you. That ball's hit well out to deep left field. Foul ball.
Michael Keogh almost saluted that ball out of here for a home run.
I'm not sure I've ever heard someone use the word salute in that context.
You're welcome.
Good effort.
You're welcome.
Now, how high did he hit that ball? Because I never saw it.
It was very high in the air.
As that's sent out toward the parking lot, foul ball. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Comes to 2-2. That's chopped toward the middle off the glove of Stevens, and the Saints will have no play. Not sure why Morris threw that ball, but Kehoe is safe, and the Dolphins have a 2-out base runner.
Well, you got to give Morris a little bit of an effort, for effort there, try to make the play. But Kehoe reaches to keep the inning going. 7th hit of the inning now, or the game, I should say, for CSI, and they will not go down 1-2-3.
Commentator's jinx, perhaps?
Well, if you're a CSI fan, you're happy that you did that.
Now, the last time those 3 words were uttered back to back to back, the next pitch was a home run. As Ulaj flies out to right center and the side is retired. But last season, I was speculating about the potential for a home run, and that I think one of our batters, I don't remember who it was, but he had 3 strikeouts in the game. And I didn't want to mention the Golden Sombrero. So Nick Durst decided to mention it and said, commentator's jinx, perhaps?
Oh, I remember that.
And the next pitch was a home run.
Yes.
So that's how it went. I think it was Nick Cipoletti who hit that home run.
I think
if my memory
too.
Serves me correctly. But
it would make sense with Durst on the call, too.
It would. That could be where Sip Sip Hooray originated. We'll take a quick break. 5th inning coming up. Dolphins lead 5-1.
My path to a college degree would have been completely different had I not run Division II cross country for the University of Mount Olive. Having an athletic and academic scholarship was key for my success. Our coaches were really helpful with balancing out my academics and athletics. I decided to attend graduate school because I wanted to become an athletic director. Receiving the postgraduate scholarship through the NCAA provided me with the flexibility to choose the school that I wanted. So now I know that I can accomplish any goal that I set for myself.
Blaze Colbert will lead off for the Saints here in the 5th inning. Once again, this is a 7-inning game in the back half of our East Coast Conference doubleheader. That would mean Saints down to their final 9 outs. Dolphins looking to take a 2-1 series lead. Knicks hoping to do the same. But as I mentioned before, it's not going too well right now.
Not a good start, but it's a game of runs, so you never know.
Well, you know what I say, Nick.
First run never wins.
First run never wins. 2 balls and 1 strike the count on the Saints' third baseman.
Dolphins are going to hope to say the same thing in this game.
And that pitch misses for ball 3. That's ball 4. Saints dugout loves it.
They have been very active from the dugout today, especially here in Game 2. An early walk here to lead off the top of the 5th.
Ethan Hammond will be the batter. Hammond is 0 for 1. He gets ahead here 1-0. Comes the 0-1. That's fouled back. Rice ahead 0-2. And that misses outside.
Now a 1-2 count here for Rice. Let's see maybe if he tries to get him to chase on something here. We're still on first for the Saints.
The 1-2 on its way. That's hit in the air. Foul ball. And out of play. One and two pitch, sliced foul once again.
Hammond looking to make Rice work for this one. So it looks like that's Angel Santiago warming up in the Dolphin bullpen now.
Sure is. Rice approaching 90 pitches now. And he will check on the runner at first.
You mentioned that game with Stack where he got taken out in the fifth inning. He's up to 109 pitches in that game. So he's approaching that territory here once again in the fifth inning.
There's the 1-2. That's it out to center. And Kehoe tried to deke, but Colbert wasn't having it. And the Saints have two on with nobody out.
So now first and second, nobody out. Second hit of the game for the Saints. As they tried to get the tying run to the plate. If Morris is able to get on, they would have the tying run at the plate. So it'll be up to Rice. The double play ball would go a long way for him here.
That last pitch was number 90 for Christian Rice. Billy Morris, the batter. And if he could get on, that would bring the tying run to the plate. And look at Martin. He's way in over at first base.
I think we saw that the last time Morris was up to the plate.
I can't imagine they would bunt here. That puts you in a tough spot defensively. And now Rice is behind 2-0. I wonder if the scouting report says that Morris likes to bunt down the first base line.
It's maybe.
Maybe he's a dead pull hitter.
Well,
that works.
He hit it to right field, kinda, but it was a kind of a bloop to the glove of Soetoro for the first out.
Saints wish he hit it to right field, but that pitch got in on his hands, and he bloops it over to second, where Soetoro makes the catch for the first out, and that's a big out for Christian Rice and the Dolphins.
And now a double play ball would get you out of the inning, so let's see if Rice can get that.
Simpson fouls that pitch back.
Now, if he's able to get a double play ball here, Joe, potentially, do you throw him out for one more inning?
I would say probably let him start the inning. It's his last start of the year. Unless you have a hard cap at 100 pitches, if he did get a double play, I would definitely send him out there. Assuming, of course, that this at-bat doesn't go an inordinate number of pitches. One ball and one strike, the count on the Saints' first baseman, Simpson. He's 0 for 1. D'Youville still looking to bring the tying run to the plate. And Simpson takes strike 2.
Now Rice a strike away from the second out of the inning. See if he tries to get him to chase here.
Here comes the 1-2. And that is in for a called strike 3. Simpson goes down looking. He strikes out for the second time, and they're now 2 away.
How about Rice now gets the second out of the inning there, allowing the first 2 runners on, and is now an out away from an unscathed inning.
Rice has done a good job working around base runners all game. He's walked 5, allowed just 2 hits, did hit a batter. So he's put a few on base, but when he's needed the big strikeout, he's gotten it. He'd love to get a quick out here and perhaps come out for one more.
Do have a force at any base if there was a ground ball.
Dolphins initially were holding Colbert on second, but Soetoro retreats into his position ahead of that pitch, and now Rice is behind 2-0.
He's got to focus on trying to get this final out here. Cannot worry too much about those runners.
Comes the 2-0. That's up and in for ball 3.
And it's dangerous now because if he were to walk him here, loads the bases and brings the tying run to the plate. So it could really use some strikes or get something in play, being down the count 3-0.
Comes the 3-0, and Rice steps off and takes a look towards second. Now, is that move legal in the major leagues?
I thought that was a balk for a good second.
The rule is different now. You have to step toward the base.
Right.
Unless that's only first base. It would be pretty difficult to step towards second base. Either way, Rice now walks the bases loaded.
Now batting the right fielder, number 16,
Mike Morrow has risen from his seat alongside the Dolphins dugout, and he's communicating with his infield right now.
I would have to imagine, Joe, no matter what the outcome is of this at-bat, this will probably be the final at-bat that Rice will have in this game.
I think you're right. If the inning continues past this, he's probably done, and this at-bat, in all likelihood, takes him over 100 pitches, as that is chopped foul. That was close.
That could have been very bad for CSI right there. That would have been a tough play for Weigel at third.
I don't think they had a play anywhere.
I don't think they did either.
So the Dolphins catch a break in that spot, and they get a quick strike. Comes the 0-1. That's chopped foul. And Rice will get a chance to work ahead in the count, 0-2.
1 strike away from getting out of the inning. Question is, Joe, will he go with a fastball here or something off speed to try to fool him to get strike 3?
I think you'll see at least 1 breaking ball here. I think that was the off-speed stuff. And Nowak just got a piece on the checked swing.
Barely on that one.
Barely is
got
right.
a piece.
Barely is right. No balls and 2 strikes the count on the Saints right fielder. Nowak represents the tying run at the plate. Rice comes set. Here's another 0-2 pitch. And that is exactly the risk you run with a waste pitch.
Yeah, that's a good job by Castiglione saving a wild pitch there and preventing a run from scoring for the Saints. Count now goes to 1-2.
For someone who hasn't had that many reps behind the plate recently, Castiglione has done a really good job in this game. Count 1 ball and 2 strikes. And Nowak reaching for that one. Just got a piece once again.
Again, barely got a piece on it. You said it, Joe. He was out in front on that one. Making this a long at bat. Count still 1-2.
He was way off balance on that swing. Once again, Rice comes set. Here's the 1-2 pitch. That's chopped foul. Well, this is certainly it for Rice now. He's up over 100 pitches. I believe he is at 106, perhaps 107. He's walked 6 in the game, has only allowed the 1 run, is looking for a huge swing and miss in this spot. Get him out of trouble. Out of any kind will do the trick. And that's hit toward third. Weigel, strong throw in time. And I know we will get a second look at that one, as that was an awfully close play at first. What'd you think in real time, Nick?
I thought he was safe for a second. I'll have to get a look at the replay. I thought maybe Weigel at first could have maybe made the tag on the runner going from second to third.
Well, let's slow it down as well before we get a look at it. I don't have a great view of it, so our viewers at home will have a better look than I do. I was on the controls in Game 1. Nick is on the controls here in Game 2.
Let's see here. So ground ball to third. Weigel makes the play. Now, he's not going to be able to make the tag that I originally thought. He might have had a chance. I might have to go slower on it, Joe, because it's
go slower,
really...
and you can wind it back as well. We'll stay right here instead of going to commercial. Nobody likes those fire ad commercial breaks anyway.
Let's see. I don't think I got to.
You can't make the clip that small. You got to wind it back.
One moment. Let's try that.
You can also pause it at the bottom there.
He's safe.
He's safe? Ball's not there yet?
Ball is not there.
That was my instinct in real time, but I didn't feel strongly enough about that one to make a fuss. Clearly, I should have been more fussy.
Should have been more fussy. Saints definitely have a case there if he was safe.
So if I'm not a Karen, am I a Bob?
Is that the word they use for it?
I have no idea.
I don't think it's.
I only say Bob because my middle name is Robert.
Okay,
so
that's fair. I feel like it would be Jim. I don't know if it is though.
Not Andrew.
Well, that's with peasantries.
Andrew's getting fired up about that Knicks game next door as Martin grounds out to short for
or is it about the game last night?
It's probably the game last night.
The game last night.
We'll get him a headset. Let's hear what he thinks about how his team's performed so far in round 2.
Yikes.
We'll have to get someone on that censor button.
We'll have the dolphin noises like they did in SpongeBob for that episode.
That misses down and away. Count even now on Vigliotti at 1-1.
That episode that we talked about sparked that podcast episode that we recorded yesterday here at CSI.
That's grounded up the middle. Now, if you grew up in the 90s as I did, SpongeBob SquarePants was likely a staple of your childhood. Now, it gave the dolphin noise a bad name, a humorous one, but now you have a generation of kids who grow up hearing that noise and they associate it with a potty mouth.
Yeah.
Your response indicated there. What's wrong with that? That's what your response came off like. As Weigel chops one down the line for a base hit. Vigliotti will take a turn, but he'll stop at second, and the Dolphins have 2 on with 1 out.
You can interpret that as many ways as you want, but Weigel gets another base hit right there, and now the Dolphins have first and second with 1 away.
I grew up when I was really young, having seen that episode, thinking, what's profane about a dolphin noise?
That's what I thought, too.
That's exactly what I thought. So you would think as a kid that you're funny walking around making dolphin sounds, and then you wonder why everyone's looking at you like you're crazy, and you have to remind them, SpongeBob.
Yeah.
But SpongeBob definitely a staple of the childhood for me, as Rob Stevens will come out of the game for Dieuville. He gets fist bumps from his teammates outside of the Saints dugout and is replaced out of the bullpen by the pitcher we mentioned earlier, Ryan McCarthy. Get you the numbers on McCarthy as he enters the game. In 14 appearances and 1 start this year, he's pitched to a 7.01 ERA with a record of 0-2. In 25 2/3, he's allowed 34 hits, 23 runs, 20 of those earned. He's walked 11 and struck out 19. Opposing batters hitting .321 against him.
And he comes in here with first and second, 1 away, trying to keep this a 4-run deficit for the Saints and give them a chance to tie with 2 innings remaining for Dieuville.
It's getting worse and worse for the Knicks down at South Beach.
Yep.
Yep, that's right.
Yep.
Not looking good. And now the group chat's starting to get fired up about it. They've seen enough. My fellow Knicks fans watching back at home, starting to blow up the tablet and the phone.
Not the ideal start.
Just getting a communication from down on field level. Couldn't help but smile. John Castiglione will be the batter.
I was going to ask, what communication was it for?
Show you during the break.
Okay.
It's something that I said would happen earlier, so.
Gotcha.
Exactly what I said is what happened.
Okay.
That pitch misses down low for ball 1. And the 1-0 is hit down the right field line, high in the air. That could be trouble, and that's a foul ball. By just a few feet.
Just a couple of feet there. Count now going to 1-1 for Castiglione as he tries to bring home the 6th run for CSI here with a base hit.
Castiglione 1 for 1 in the game. He's also hit by a pitch. This is third at bat. That last base hit, Weigel's now 3 for 3. Vigliotti is 2 for 2. And Castiglione takes strike 2.
John now looking to protect the plate here.
Castiglione went around as he goes down on strikes for the second out, and it will be left to Nick Cipoletti.
Good job right there from McCarthy. He forced Castiglione to swing at a pitch outside the zone. And it'll be up to Cipoletti now to try to bring home at least a run for CSI here.
Cipoletti quickly ahead 1-0, looking for his first hit of the game. Does have an RBI and a sacrifice fly, and he may have another here as he is robbed out in center field. Diving catch by Dylan Crook to bring the inning to a close. What a play, as we will get a second look at that one. That may have saved 2 runs, as if that gets by, it could be big trouble, but the Dolphins are turned aside in the 5th. They lead 5-1 through 5.
As a student athlete in college, I first got involved with the NCAA at the national level. It was through the Student Athlete Advisory Committee, SAC, gave me an opportunity to advocate on behalf of all student athletes, to affect change and to make an impact. The NCAA is giving the student athlete a platform to voice their concerns and to be able to advocate for what's going to affect their well-being. The policies that are being put in place are speaking towards academics, they're speaking towards well-being, they're speaking towards fairness, creating a culture so that the student athletes have the best experiences possible.
Pitching change for the Dolphins as we get started here in the 6th inning. Angel Santiago into the game for the College of Staten Island. His second appearance on the mound this week. First batter he will face is Alex Zimian. Zimian is 0 for 2, and he takes a called strike.
Question is, Joe, would he be out here for the final 2 innings of this game to try to get the Dolphins to win?
That ball's crushed into right center field, and that finds the gap for an extra base hit. Kehoe tracks it down, and Zimian is at the second base standing with a leadoff double.
Good start to the inning for the Saints right there. Zimian with a ripping double into right center field. Give the Saints an early runner in scoring position.
Well, did you not learn from me in the last inning, Nick? Talking about getting a win immediately, the next ball smacked into right center field?
No comment.
Smart. That ball's hit well to deep left field down the line. Ulaj gives chase, and he's got it. Runner will tag from second. And sliding into third base safely is Simeon. After that great play he made in center field to bring the last inning to a close, Dylan Crook made a home run bid right there.
Nice job by Shendy to make that catch towards the fence in left field. A long out number 1 right there for the Dolphins recorded.
Shendy's been good out there in left field. I think the lone blemish was almost taking out his center fielder earlier in the day.
Yeah. And Brian Burkhead almost getting into a collision there.
Jeremy Glinsky, the batter, and he takes in the dirt for ball 1. Just 5 outs to play with. The Saints have to have this run over third. And then some, but 1 run at a time right now if you're Dieuville, as Glinsky takes high. Well, Nick, I can't help it. Need to satisfy my curiosity. You know where I'm going right now?
Oh, okay.
You know where I'm going, right?
I saw the screen. Yep.
Well, spoiler. I wonder if I ask Mav for the score, if he'll just give it to me. That ball's chopped foul. Let's see. Oh, boy.
Oh, no.
Oh, no is right. Lincoln at Mercy today. Final game of a 4-game series. Entering the day, the Dolphins needed a Lions win to have a chance for the playoffs as that gets through Cipolleti into left field. Glinsky heads for second, and he's in standing. That ball was smoked. That's probably a hit.
I would mark that down as a hit as well.
I agree with you. So, as I was saying, the Dolphins needed Lincoln to beat Mercy today in order to have a chance at the postseason. But with the loss in Game 1, the Dolphins were officially eliminated. If the Lions did go on to beat Mercy and the Dolphins had won both games today, then tomorrow would be a win-and-in game. That scenario obviously will not play out, but Lincoln leads 4-0 in the 4th inning right now. So that would have been good news for the Dolphins if they were still alive, and I just had to know the score. So
now I'm kind of wishing he didn't bring it up.
Just a bit, but I had to know. I had to know.
It's fair.
This game's not over. Saints trail by 3 now. Still 5 outs to play with. Blaise Colbert at the plate. And that is sliced foul. Watch out down there in the Dolphins bullpen.
Try and get a good look at who that is warming up.
I think that's Angelo DeFilippis throwing.
Does look like that.
Comes the 0-2. That's it on the ground to second. Sotera has it, and the throw to first is in time. Now, the question is, and I think this is a fair question, the Mavericks must know that the Dolphins lost and that they're in the playoffs. Do you think that perhaps changed their approach?
It's possible their strategy could have been different now going into that game. It's very possible.
I'm going to take a quick look at their lineup. I don't know the roster that well, but we did play them here in a couple of games, so let's see. That's their regular lineup, 100%. So they played their regulars despite the fact that they had clinched a playoff spot. Now, who they started in terms of starting pitcher may have been affected. We'll check that now. I don't think anything changed, Nick. I think they went with the lineup that they would have started otherwise. Otherwise being, should the Dolphins have won Game 1. So I don't think anything changed with the CSI loss. One ball and one strike the count. And that's hit hard, but right at Cipolleti, who makes that grab on a line, and the side is retired. Saints do get a run. They get a bit closer, but CSI still leads 5-2, looking for some insurance in the bottom half of the 6th.
My path to a college degree would have been completely different had I not run Division II cross country for the University of Mount Olive. Having an athletic and academic scholarship was key for my success. Our coaches were really helpful with balancing out my academics and athletics. I decided to attend graduate school because I wanted to become an athletic director. Receiving the postgraduate scholarship through the NCAA provided me with the flexibility to choose the school that I wanted. So now I know that I can accomplish any goal that I set for myself.
Anthony Sotero will lead things off for the Dolphins in the bottom half of the 6th inning. Dolphins looking for some insurance as the Saints are down to their final 3 outs. Sotero in this game, 0 for 2 at the plate. That's chopped foul.
Dolphins will have 8, 9, and 1 in the inning. Let's see if Angelo DeFilippis will pitch the 7th inning for CSI.
I would be inclined to say probably not. He's not throwing anymore. How many pitches did Santiago throw? Let's see. Santiago threw 16.
Right.
I think it's a coin flip, but if I had to guess, I think Angel comes back in. Michael Crocco is the batter. He's 1 for 2 with an RBI. Quickly he gets ahead 1-0. That's hit well to right field. That ball carrying well, and the catch is made on the run by Nowak. That's the 3rd good swing that Crocco's had today. He's looked good at the plate.
Nowak had to go a long way on that one to track that down. And you said it, Joe. Crocco's been getting some good swings. Not only in this game, he did have a single in the first game as a pinch hitter, but a long out number 2 for CSI right there.
Crocco didn't miss that one by much. You have to think he'll get some playing time tomorrow as well on Senior Day. And we speculated, don't know if this is a possibility, but do they start Dominic Castiglione at designated hitter and then pinch hit him in his first at-bat before he gets a plate appearance?
It's possible.
I could definitely see it.
I could see it too.
I could see that with him being announced into the game for one final time with the starters, and then his brother pinch hits for him as the designated hitter. I could definitely see it. That's hit to shallow right center, and the catch is made by Oliver. That retires the side. Dolphins go down 1-2-3 in the 6th. They'll look to hold on to a 3-run lead when we come back for the 7th.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can, and then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
And we are back from the CSI Baseball Complex, and for me, this could be my final half inning of the year, so just to make sure I get a chance to thank everyone on air. Nick, of course, thank you for all you've contributed to Sportsnet all season long. The same thank you goes to Andrew Rotundo, my commentary partner in Game 1, Nick Durst, Louis Matrone, Stephanie Smallridge, Stephen Bonfield, the two Pats. Everyone who has contributed to our broadcast all season long has been an immense help to me, and were it not for all of you, I would not have come back to my position in the athletic communications department.
Joe, it's been a great year here at CSI. Dolphins looking to end your season with a win here. Now 2 outs away after that ground ball out recorded by Weigel. But it has been another eventful year here at CSI.
This year really flew.
It did.
Cannot believe how quickly it went by. Got the call about 4 days before the season started in August that they wanted me to come back. We were ready to go for soccer game number 1 just a couple of days later. Really crazy, the turnaround. I think I came back into the office for the first time 3 days before our first soccer game. Got everything tested. All of us came in for a day ahead of game number 1. And it was relatively smooth sailing from there.
Right.
I'd say, all things considered, the year went really well. Got used to a new stats system. Made some upgrades to our broadcast here on Sportsnet. Finally got a long-awaited new intro package with some updated video from the last year. We'll continue to make updates through next season as well. That's a 5-pitch walk, or
Nope.
is it? It is not.
Nope.
Well, Simpson was sure. I followed his lead.
That was a good one. Joe, I was going to ask you, though, overall, though, from this season, any favorite moment that you had here at Sportsnet? Or just in general?
And that is lined right into the glove of Weigel. What a play.
Was that it?
No, that was not it. It was a nice play, but that was not it. I have to really think about it. I would say that we got the chance to have a lot of fun with the pregame coverage this year at basketball. That was due in part to the incorporation of items from our sponsor, McDonald's, but we had the nice backdrop. We had the chance to incorporate some interviews and do things that we don't typically get to do on our broadcasts for much of the season. Definitely not in the other sports. I really enjoyed that. If I had to pick one particular game that really stood out, I'm not sure I could narrow it down to just one.
It's tough. It's tough. I put you on the spot. It's a tough question.
I think in recent memory, Tracy's 300th win over at softball was a game that we'll remember for a while. It's not often you see an 8-run comeback in one inning as Dolphins have a chance to record the final out here, and they do. As CSI will take Game 2 from D'Youville University by a final score of 5-2. Final game of the series tomorrow at noon. It will be the season finale for the Dolphins as they host Senior Day here at the CSI Baseball Complex. Unfortunately for CSI, their postseason hopes came to an end earlier today with a loss in Game 1, but a chance to go out with a win tomorrow as they host the Saints in the final game of a 4-game set here at the College of Staten Island. But, Nick, going back to what I was saying and really touching on the big point I was making, it's been a great year here at CSI. A lot of fond memories here on Sportsnet. Of course, one of my fondest memories of the year was traveling with basketball for the playoffs. And I think, did they both clinch on the same day? I don't believe so. I think the men clinched first, right?
The men clinched first, yes.
The men clinched first. So the men were playing to find out who it is they'd be facing on the final day, and the women technically did clinch on that final day. But knowing that both teams were traveling together and going to the playoffs at UDC together and facing the Firebirds in consecutive games, I think that was a big moment on Sportsnet this year. Unfortunately, we didn't figure out the correct matchups until, I believe, the post-game interview that day.
Right.
We figured it out right as we went off the air who the Dolphins would be playing after having it wrong all day long. But we got it figured out, got the correct hotels booked, and Marquise and I got the chance to make that trip. So that was a lot of fun, a very fond memory from this year as well. A lot to look forward to next year. What stands out to you from this year, as you do have one more call coming up tomorrow?
I do have one more call tomorrow for Senior Day here on CSI Sportsnet, but it's tough. There's a lot of good memories. I think one of my favorite calls we talked about in the podcast was the game against American International, where Luis Armas hit that game-winning 3 with 4 seconds left to give CSI the win in that game. Overall, Tracy's 300 win was a great win, and not only that, they came back the next game as well to win that one in that doubleheader. Overall, it's just been another great year here at CSI. We're looking forward to another year next year.
And if there's one lesson we learned from this year, it's that you don't want to miss any games against American International.
That's true. There's certainly a buzz to it.
No question about it. For the Dolphins, they pick up the win here today. They defeat D'Youville by a final score of 5-2. They fall in Game 1 by a final score of 11-3. One more game on the schedule tomorrow. Nick will have the call for that one. You can catch that game right here on CSI Sportsnet. As always, a proud part of the ECC network. In case you missed it, check out our latest episode of the Dolphin Pod, now available on the CSI Sportsnet YouTube channel. We will have that link posted directly to CSIDolphins.com at some point in the next few hours. We premiered that episode ahead of today's broadcast, so if you tuned in at 11:15 a.m., you were able to catch that episode of the Dolphin Pod in its entirety. So until next season for me, this has been Joe Foreman. My broadcast partner, Nick Bavona, will rejoin all of you tomorrow. He will be on the call solo for Senior Day as the Dolphins wrap up their series with D'Youville University. Everyone, enjoy the rest of your weekend. From all of us here at the College of Staten Island, thank you for tuning in all season long, and be sure to catch one final broadcast tomorrow as the Dolphins wrap up their series with D'Youville.